Thank you, Chair. Councillor Craig?
Present.
Councillor Deutschmann?
Present.
Councillor Erb?
Present.
Councillor Foxton?
Present.
Councillor Harris?
Present.
Councillor Hewinink?
Present.
Councillor James?
Present.
Councillor Liggett? Councillor McCabe?
Present.
Councillor Nowak? Councillor Solonen?
Present.
Councillor Shantz?
Present.
Councillor Verbanovic?
Here.
Councillor Williams?
Present.
Councillor Wolf?
Here.
And Chair Redmond is en route from Police Services Board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gathered today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, and their contributions to our community. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Before we move into the presentation, I would of course like to remind my colleagues of our collective goal today is to keep the conversation moving today. With that in mind, I will ask and remind you all that we're going to limit ourselves to one question and one follow-up and allow us time for others to of course ask those questions. If you have additional questions, we will add you back to the queue after others of course have had a chance to speak. So with that, I'll turn it over to Craig Dyer, Commissioner of Corporate Services and Chief Financial Officer, to kick off our presentation. Craig.
Thank you. Excuse me, and thank you to the chair for the welcome for today, and welcome to all of council to the to Budget Committee to the first detailed budget review day of the 2023 budget process. Just recapping a little bit, what's brought us to this day. We had some early discussions back in November through orientation about municipal budgets, conceptually how they work. We talked about operating and capital, different revenue sources, and different expenditure pressures. We provided additional information, an early indication of our budget at the end of November and in mid-December. And I think, ideally we had originally hoped to be at this stage in mid-December, and this is perhaps indicative of how challenging a budget this has been for staff, and I'm sure it will be challenging for council, or for Budget Committee as well. But we find ourselves here today in the middle of January. The budget at this point being formally tabled with council marks a handoff, if you will, to this date. This has been a staff-developed budget. We've put together a budget for your consideration, and at this point, it's in Budget Committee and Council's hands between now and the third week of February, when we anticipate budget approval. So with that said, I wanted to start today with a slide that wasn't in the package that went out. There's only one, and I'll explain it. I thought it would be helpful, before we get into the details of the budget, to provide an update on where the overall regional budget currently stands, inclusive of the Waterloo Regional Police Services budget, which I understand was approved by the board this morning. So just mostly for clarity, I'm going to show you this slide. I've gone too far. There we go. I'm going to show you this slide, which you may recall from one of the sessions that we had before Christmas. And the purpose of this, again, is just to provide some clear information on where the overall region's budget is at. So working from left to right across this slide, we start with a breakdown of the average household tax bill in Waterloo Region. And as you can see, and as we discussed previously, there are three components to the tax bill. One being the upper tier, being the region and police, one being the local municipality and the services that they provide, and there's an education component. And the education component is based on a rate that is set annually by the province of Ontario. And so, if we take the upper tier component of the tax bill, there's a region portion of the levy and a police portion of the levy. And so, right now, as it stands, the budget that has been tabled with council has a 9.2% tax increase for, let's say, for directly delivered regional services excluding police. And that represents, on an average residential household, approximately $138 per year. The police budget, as we understand it, having been approved just a very short while ago, has a 7.2% tax increase, which adds about $50. Now, this is where just the math has to be understood. When you have 68% of your tax bill going up by 9.2%, and 32% of your tax bill going up by 7.2%, you effectively have a weighted average tax increase. And at this point, just hypothetically, for illustration purposes, if the budget was being approved today at the current level, this would result in an overall 8.6% tax increase, reflecting approximately $188. So that's where we stand right now. That's how the math works, if you will, between the region and police components of the budget. My intention would be to show you this slide at the start of each of your budget committee meetings going forward, so that there's clarity and understanding about what the current status is and what the overall tax increase, the status of the overall regional tax increase. So I'll just pause there before diving into the rest of the presentation. If there's any questions, happy to answer them, and I hope that that adds some clarity to the numbers.
Seeing no.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Deutsch.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Craig, I see the 138. I thought that was 170. So how did it become 138 from 170 previously? Because we were talking about 170 as the tax increase amount on your previous presentations.
Mm-hmm. So through the chair, I don't think we were ever talking about $170. I believe the numbers we were looking at before Christmas were in the 140 something range, maybe 147, 148. That was based on the budget as it stood in the middle of December. I think as we indicated at that point, staff were still working away on the budget. And we did some additional work through the month of December, made some additional adjustments to the budget, and what we bring you today is a 9.2% increase at $138. I don't recall us ever being in the $170
So maybe I'm
range.
confusing the 7 parts. So what was it previously, 9 point what?
We were at, I believe, 9.8% when we met before Christmas.
So the 0.6 is the difference then?
The 0.6 is the difference.
You haven't factored in the assessment growth in this?
Oh, absolutely, yes. So the numbers that you see on this slide take into account assessment growth at just under 2% in 2022 for the 2023 budget.
Okay. And am I take it to understand that, and I can't recall, you're saying that the police budget is finalized now?
My understanding is that motion was approved at the board this morning to approve the 2023 police budget.
And police never came here once to do a preliminary presentation to us on their budget and to get some thoughts from us about the budget?
So, Mr. Chair, through you, the police are scheduled to present the budget to Strategic Planning and Budget Committee on the 1st of February.
So I'm correct? They never came to us ahead of time to present a preliminary budget to get some thoughts from us?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're getting a finalized budget to us?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Craig, I'll let you continue your presentation.
Thank you. Okay, so to get us started today, just to provide an overview of what we hope to cover over the next few hours, I'm going to start by providing an overview of the budget, a little bit more detail than would have been provided back in November in December. I'll talk a little bit about operating, a little bit about capital, something about user rates and fees and charges, and then again, the preliminary 2023 property tax impact. And then we're going to take a deeper dive into 4 or 5 specific areas. Areas that have been specifically chosen for today, partly because of the process. We'll meet again on February 1st, where police budget will be the topic. The first topic will also provide some additional information about the capital program, how it works, how it's funded, some of the challenges we face going forward. And then we'll be back on February 8th with a continuation of the deeper dive into various services. And at that point, we intend to look through transportation, waste management, airport, a number of the areas that we certainly don't expect to have time to get through today. There is now, I think, plenty of material available for Budget Committee to consider. The agendas and briefing notes and presentations from November 30th and December the 14th. And for today, we have a briefing note on user fees and charges, which I'll speak to in a moment. We have an overview report that talks about objectives in the 2023 plan and provides some high-level operating and capital commentary. And then the 2023 preliminary budget document was released last week as well, is available on the region's website, and there's a link in this presentation for that document. And that preliminary book will show you operating budgets and detailed capital programs for every division within the region, all culminating in what is currently a 9.2% tax increase. In terms of the purpose of the plan and budget, we went through this in some detail before the holidays. Obviously, establishing service levels near the top of the list. This is Council's opportunity to establish the level of service, objectives, and outcomes through the business plan that it intends or wishes to put in place for this year. Approves, obviously, the financial resources, the property tax levy, the user rate revenue requirements, and user rates for water and wastewater as well. All that will be accomplished over the next few weeks. And of course, the budget, as always, is tied to a strategic plan that this council will have an opportunity to review and debate and update over the next several months. So, getting into some of the details with respect to the operating budget. So the numbers I'm going to speak to today are going to exclude police services. We will include them from this point forward, excuse me, now that a budget has been approved by the board. But from a perspective of direct regional services, $1.2 billion in expenditure. Significant investments, of course, on an annual basis through public transit for water and wastewater for 630,000 residents and the businesses within the region. Housing and homelessness, of course, has seen a significant increase in investment over the last several years, currently at $124 million planned for 2023. And then you can see, a large piece for provincially cost-shared programs, and we will provide some additional information about provincial funding for various programs, either at the meeting on February 1st or on February the 8th. In terms of funding, so as we talked about before Christmas, every dollar of expenditure needs a dollar of revenue in a municipal budget. And this chart outlines those revenue sources as they currently stand, about 40% from property taxes, significant funding, about a third from federal and provincial governments, user fees and charges at another 22%. And just to give you some high-level information about our provincial and federal funding, this chart shows the most significant areas and a couple of areas where we've seen significant changes in 2023. One a significant increase and one a decrease. I'll just explain both of those. The first one is children's services, where a significant amount of federal funding is making its way through the province to child care service system managers for a program that I always forget the title for. I'm going to try this, the Canada-wide Child Care and early learning program, something like that. Close? Okay, close enough. An acronym that just hasn't stuck in my head yet. So you can see the significance of that funding as that program rolls out across the country. And staff within Children's Services, of course, are on the front line for delivering that service and providing those subsidies to childcare providers across the region. Other significant changes, public health, you see the subsidy going down. That's largely as a result of the removal of COVID funding, one-time COVID funding, but we will talk more about public health funding later on in the budget process. The other significant changes with respect to transit services, where you can see the provincial funding dropping by about a half. Again, this is temporary COVID funding that is coming out of the budget, but being replaced by additional user fee revenue as the ridership for transit returns back closer to a pre-COVID level. In terms of non-property tax, I guess non-property tax and non-subsidy revenues, our most significant user fee revenues are in the form of wastewater treatment rates and water supply rates. And I think as everybody knows, these are rates that are charged to the area municipalities. The area municipalities buy water from us, and we charge them for the wastewater that comes back into the system, and the local municipalities set their user rates for the residents within those areas. There are two townships, of course, where the region performs that role, and that's Wellesley and North Dumfries. You can see here under public transit fares, the offsetting increase to the provincial funding decrease we saw on the previous slide. About $11.5 million of subsidy being replaced by about $11.5 million of public transit fare revenue. Modest changes in housing rent, in airport, fairly significant on the waste management side. We'll talk about this more on February the 8th, but a relatively significant planned increase in the tipping fee at our waste management landfill sites and transfer stations. And then relatively modest changes from a POA revenue perspective and waste management revenue. There's been a couple of questions floating around the last little while about the tax stabilization reserve, so I thought just a couple of quick slides on that one. It's a very important tool that the region uses on an annual basis as we put our budget together. It serves a couple of very important purposes to help mitigate temporary impacts on the property tax levy. So first of all, this is a reserve that doesn't have a dedicated source of funding within the budget. So there, I've heard a couple of comments about, well, we can reduce the budget by reducing the contribution to that reserve. There actually is no contribution into that reserve. The source of revenue for the tax stabilization reserve is any corporate surplus that's available at the end of the year. And we use the money in that reserve for a number of different purposes, largely related to phasing in costs. And so one example of this is in paramedic services. When we add resources in paramedic services, the provincial funding always lags by a year. So rather than levying the full amount, we use the tax stabilization reserve to essentially bridge finance, if you will, the provincial funding, which would come in the following year. And we also use it to fund one-time or other non-recurring expenditures. So then the obvious question is, how much of that reserve are we using in the 2023 budget? We're proposing to use almost $8 million in that reserve for a few different purposes. The first is fuel price. We talked about fuel prices a couple of times before Christmas, seeing very significant increases in the cost of fuel, particularly in transit, but also in paramedic services and in other program areas. We're proposing to use about $3.5 million to phase in that increase over a couple of years. And I think the value of this strategy is we don't actually know where fuel prices are going to go in 2023. And so rather than taxing at a very high level, we say, okay, let's tax for a partial increase, see what happens to fuel prices over the course of the course of this year. We'll know later on this year whether we need to go the full way for 2024. but I think it's a prudent way of dealing with what has been an unexpected and significant increase in the price of fuel. Paramedic services I've referred to, both 2022 and proposed 2023 service expansions being phased in. And then a couple of smaller amounts, the equity investment, which has been phased in over, I think, 3 years now. We're down to the last $1.25 million, and some very minor pieces for Wellbeing Waterloo Region and upstream initiatives. So in total, almost $8 million from the tax stabilization reserve built into the budget as it currently stands. User fees and charges. So I've spoken to the waste management piece a little bit. In public transit, we have a planned fare increase of 2.5% on July the 1st. There will be much more information about this today for you to consider when we get to the transit section of the budget. Waste management we've talked about. Airport, we'll go into more detail on February 8th, but a new general terminal charge is being proposed, increases to landing fees and a new parking rate structure, and then a whole bunch of very minor changes across various program areas. And the significance here is that Council has to approve a user fee and charge bylaw every year. So as part of budget approval, on February 22nd, we will bring forward the bylaw to establish user fees and charges. Many will come into effect on March the 1st. Others will come in at various dates over the course of the year. Service level changes. So we want to talk a little bit about, first of all, changes that are reflected in the 2023 budget that were approved by Council during 2022. So this would have been to a great extent, post-2022 budget approval, where changes from a service level perspective were made in 3 different areas. And the first is with respect to public transit, which my colleague Mathieu will speak about in a few minutes. The restoration of the university and the college routes that came into effect in September. We now have to build that cost into the full year for 2023. Additional ambulances and the paramedics to run those ambulances were put in place, planned for November of 2022, and then May and October of 2023. This budget adjusts the timing of implementation from May to July, and then from October to January of 2024. Representatives from Paramedic Services can speak to that when we get to the tail end of the presentation today. And then, of course, the interim housing solutions, the solutions that Council approved, I believe was back in August, have been reflected in the 2023 budget, and is a significant, significant driver of the levy increase, as is the reduction of the social services relief fund, which relates to homelessness. There's a number of other proposed service level changes in the budget. Staff will go through these as we work our way through the different program areas. Just a couple of examples, though. Additional transit service hours over the course of 2023, including the redesign of the Cambridge network, some offsetting adjustments to some of the lower performing routes. A pause of operations of the Dune Heritage Village during a number of significant site upgrades. We'll talk about those upgrades a bit more at the February 1st capital meeting. We'll come back in February with more information about digital transformation, about organizational well-being, some minor changes proposed within transportation, which will be discussed again on February the 8th. And implementation of both the 4 hours of care at Sunnyside Home, fully funded by the province, and then the implementation of the previously mentioned Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program. Every year, as staff put the budget together, we go through an exercise of identifying cost savings, efficiencies, reviews of our user fees and charges, in order to ensure that the budget that's being proposed has been fully reviewed and that any opportunities for cost savings have been reflected. So you can see here across the top examples of where we find those those savings on an annual basis. And the table on the bottom shows the total amount of savings identified in each year, and you'll see, significant increases in the operating budget savings identified in 2021 and in 2022. This totals almost $38 million over the last 6 years. And then in addition to that, an additional $9 million has been identified through this budget review, which is everything from new revenue sources to meetings and mileage, to consulting fees, to a wide range of efficiencies. Energy efficiencies and utilities is typically an area that we look at, and you can see a continuation of savings that we found in those areas. Adds up to about $9 million. $7.5 million of that is reflected in the taxation portion of the budget. The remainder falls into the water and wastewater portion. We've had a few requests for some updates on the KPMG service review and the outcome of that review. Of course, this was a review that was done back in 2019. And what we've provided here for committee's information is a list of findings where reviews have been complete and reflected in budgets, where we have a couple of areas that are still ongoing and will be under consideration in the future, and a number where council directed that no further action be taken. So, some of these you will certainly recognize. Thinking about, specialized public transit that came through, I think, a couple of years ago, resulted in a few $100,000 savings in the budget. Reviews have been done for library services, Crime Prevention Council, and childcare were dealt with over the last couple of budgets. And so in terms of our current position, again, you may recall this slide from last time. This is an illustration of the major impacts on our tax-supported operating position, starting with inflation. So overall, the 9.2% figure that I referenced earlier is the result of a $48 million increase in the levy for non-police services. The vast majority of that reflects cost inflation. We've experienced significant levels of inflation across all areas, both from an operating and a capital perspective. We have additional funding that's needed in order to implement the service level adjustments and expansions that I just referred to. Significant impacts on homelessness programs. And you'll see when we get into the homelessness piece later on this afternoon, we are proposing the one-time use of about $7.5 million of unallocated COVID funding from the province. And this essentially allows us to phase in the additional costs associated with the interim housing solutions. And then we back off the budget savings, so the blue pieces are increases, the red or orange, whatever color that is, represents the decreases, and right over on the right-hand side, you see the 2023 property tax levy increase at $48 million. And just a further comment on the provincial funding. It is noted that this is one-time funding. So next year, 2024 budget, that $7.6 million will need to come out because we are basically using up the balance of the unallocated COVID funding in our budget. We thought it would be helpful to provide a bit of a comparison of property taxes in Waterloo Region to some of our regional peers. This is from the BMA study. BMA study is a piece of it's a data gathering exercise across many municipalities in the province. It's done on an annual basis. And you can see here on a typical two-story home, I'm looking at the first column of numbers. I know there's a lot there, but if you look at the first column of numbers on a residential two-story home, and you can see the average taxes in Waterloo Region as compared to a number of other regions and the city of Hamilton, and our numbers report very favorably compared to our peers across the province. Similarly, but to varying degrees across commercial and industrial properties, these rates will vary. And I note that The residential number for the region shows 4,244, which is a little bit higher than what we showed on our earlier slide, likely just a very small difference in terms of the average assessment that was used by BMA versus our work. And then, Mr. Chair, just a couple of comments about the capital program. As I said, we have a session planned for February the 1st where we will go into this in more detail. This is a slide that we showed you during the orientation session. Our capital program, of course, has two major components. One is the renewal and updating and upgrading of the billions of dollars of assets that we already have in and on the ground. And the other portion of our budget is the infrastructure that's needed in order to accommodate the significant amounts of growth that the region is expecting over the next 10, 20, and 30 years. Our 2023 capital budget at this point is about $540 million, significant investments, not surprisingly, water and wastewater, public transit, transportation, and housing services being the four largest components of our capital budget. And from a funding and financing perspective, significant funding from our reserves, from grants and subsidies, from development charges. And I would say, for 2023, a very manageable and, I guess, a very manageable amount of debt, showing at about $90 million across all of the program areas. When we take that out over the whole 10 years, it's currently a $6.3 billion capital program. And again, we will provide a lot more detail about this in the next couple of weeks. Again, roads, public transit, housing, water and wastewater being the most significant components, and a significant amount of debt for projects contemplated in the forecast. And I should just as a reminder, when the capital budget comes forward for approval, it's the first year of that 10-year forecast that gets approved, right? So you approve year 1, and years 2 to 10 are a forecast. And we update that forecast every year to reflect changing conditions, changing priorities, changing costs, changes in timing, and that is a detailed review that goes through every one of those projects on an annual basis. So it's approval of the first year only, and then endorsement of essentially what is a 9-year forecast. And in terms of reviewing specific capital projects, we'll do some of that today in the various program areas. We'll do more on February the 8th. And then in that detailed review on February 1st, we'll spend a bit of time talking about how we put the capital budget together, how it's financed and funded, and how the relationship between capital and operating and our reserves and reserve fund works. And we'll give some examples of some specific projects that are either in 2023 or that we're contemplating in the forecast years. And so just back to the chair, I'm going to pause there. That's the end of my, say, high-level introductory overview of the region's 2023 budget. I'm happy to answer any questions at this point. And then once that's completed, then we'll launch into the detailed budget review, starting with water and wastewater.
All right, thank you, Craig. We do have questions. Councillor Hoenig.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that I understand the difference between public transit, demarcation, and transit services. It was in one of the recent pie charts, and I didn't know there was a difference between the two.
That's a good question, and there is no difference. It's two ways of describing the same thing. We'll look to try to be as consistent as possible.
Okay, thanks. But, sorry, I thought they were both in the same pie chart, though, like 2 slides back.
Okay, well, so I don't think there's any, in my mind, there's no difference between public transit and transit services, but let us take a look at that and I can get back to you.
Okay, because I was wondering if transportation services was in relation to roads and that development.
Yep, it's a very good question. We'll ensure that we have clarity on that going forward.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. My question is in regard to the airport. So I noticed that there's a slight decrease in revenue coming from the airport, and yet we've increased fees. And I know the plan for the airport was that excuse me, in 2023, there would be a general increase in revenue just from the amount of traffic that's going through. Can you say a little more?
Certainly, I can. And through the chair, at a high level, the main reason for the reduction is the estimated passenger volume. So in the 2022 budget, we used a passenger volume estimate of approximately 780,000. In 2023, we have adjusted that to be about 600,000. So from a budget to budget perspective, the passenger volumes have been reduced. That brings user fee revenue down, but then that is offset in part by the introduction of a new user fee and increases to other user fees. So on balance, it shows as a slight reduction, with the main reason being that reduction in estimated passenger volume.
So this year's passenger volume hasn't reached what we expected it to?
That is correct, yes. We did not achieve the 780,000 that we had anticipated. I can't recall the number, but perhaps Mr. Regier, I would say somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000.
Through you, Chair Harris, it's about just short of 400,000. I think the key difference was relating to the Omicron wave that took place in January and February of last year, which delayed the commencement of air service for a couple of months in 2022.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. At one point, you talked about the grant of the 7.6, and that would go on to the levy next year. What would that translate into a tax increase? 7.6?
Through the chair, I would say about 1.1, 1.2%. A little over 6 million is 1% on the overall region tax bill.
6 million is 1%. Thank you.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. On the use of the tax rate stabilization fund, are we going to get a breakdown or a description? You've given us a summary of that fund. Are we going to get a description of what that fund, the purpose of the fund, and the use to which the fund can be had, a fuller description?
Through the chair, I think we might say that the slides that I went through provide that description. Perhaps you could clarify what additional details you'd be looking for.
Yeah, so the slide you gave us, that's the extent of the description of that fund?
That's the description. I mean, the purpose of the fund is to essentially help us mitigate significant but temporary increases in the tax levy.
I hear what you're saying, and you're giving a full description of something. I thought maybe there was a fuller description of that fund somewhere, but you're saying there's not a description of that fund anywhere.
We probably have something in our reserve and reserve fund policy that I could look up, but that is essentially what it's used for.
So I would like to get a copy of that so that I can see that and satisfy myself with respect to the extent. I appreciate your description of that. And is it staff that determines how much of that fund will be used and in what area when you present this slide? This is your recommendation of the use of that fund to us?
So through the chair, I would say yes. I would say just like everything else that's in the budget, this is staff's recommendation about how the TSR should be, how the tax stabilization reserve should be used in the 2023 budget. But the final use is ultimately up to council to decide.
Right. So in order for us to be able to decide if we agree with that breakdown, we should have full information, like how much is in that fund currently, the history of the use of the fund, those sorts of things to help satisfy us.
Fair enough. We can certainly provide that information.
Okay. That's my question follow-up. I'll have something after someone else has some questions.
Okay. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was on this tax stabilization fund as well. And I think you said you were allocating 7.4 million of it this year, if I'm not mistaken?
7.8.
Okay. So what would the balance of it be then?
I stand to be corrected, but I believe we started the year at its maximum balance of $15 million. So we're using about half of it.
And the way we build that up is through reserves. And so if we're wanting to get it back up to the maximum of 15 million, we're looking for a reserve then of equal that amount or close to it in fiscal 22. Is that right?
So in order to, if the budget played out exactly as contemplated and we used 7.8 million in 2023, offsetting that would be any surplus from 2022 that would go into the reserve. And we're, 6 or 7 or 8 weeks away from having that number as we go through our year-end process. But I would anticipate, through the chair, I would anticipate based on previous variance reports that we will have a surplus at the end of the year, so some amount will go back into the reserve. And that makes us reasonably comfortable and confident that using $7.8 million is reasonable and appropriate.
Okay, but probably not enough to get it back up to the 15 million.
Bit hard to say at this point. I prefer not to commit.
You're not a betting man. Thanks.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Well, the continuing presentation. I know you're not done yet. Just a quick question. I have two questions, but the first one's about the equity fund. You said that's in its final year, so we have an opportunity, should we choose through this budget cycle, or is it next budget cycle if we wanted to renew that? Or is that an ongoing, I just wanted to be clear on that, funding for that.
Yep. So through the chair, I may have misspoken. It's not the final year of the fund.
Okay.
It's the final year. It's the final year of the phase-in of the funding. So it was a $10 million fund. Over the last couple of years, we have been increasing the levy-funded component. So $10 million. I think for 2022 we had $7.5 million funded by the levy and $2.5 million funded by the tax stabilization reserve.
Oh, okay.
Now we're going another step forward. The intent is to have A, the fund being permanent, and B, being funded totally by the levy. But this is an example of a new priority, a new expenditure being funded where we've used the tax stabilization reserve to essentially ease it into the budget over time.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, and I'm glad to hear that. So thanks for that. And I have to say, I was a little surprised. We've got you're proposing a 2.5% increase to the transit fares. Is that?
Through the chair, 2.5% increase effective July the 1st is incorporated into the budget as it stands and is obviously for Budget Committee and Council to make a decision on, like everything else.
Okay, right. I'll wait until we hear Matu's presentation to provide any further comments. Thank you.
And a follow-up for Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Craig. On the savings slide and the service levels, is that all determined through the KPMG review? I'm just curious, the service level savings.
No, for the most part, again, through the chair, I would say, for the most part, those savings are unrelated to the KPMG service review. As I indicated, we have a practice of looking at all of our budgets on an annual basis to identify as much savings as possible.
And do we get particulars of what this service level adjustment is that comprises of 3.2 million for the 2023 budget?
Yes, I think for the most part, and I can't remember the slide number, but there's a slide that I just went through that listed a number of the service level adjustments going up. We can provide the details of the 3.2 million. Yes, we can.
Yeah, I mean, slide 16 or page 16, I see the efficiencies and cost savings, and you have 7 categories there, of which one of them is service level adjustments. And there's been a consistent large decline in terms of that, or savings in that. And I see that, in 2021, the staff was a significant savings of 5 point something million at that time. And it was interesting because, every year it's 1 or 2 million and then it's shot up. And I'm guessing maybe that's COVID related perhaps. But On this service level one, it's consistent over the last 3 years, and I'm just curious to see what is it that we're adjusting in service to achieve those savings? Who is being impacted by that is what I'm interested in knowing.
Yep, absolutely. We can provide additional information on that.
I have a question further, Mr. Chair, but I'll defer to anyone else that's on your list.
Yeah, we're going to move to Councillor Craig first, and then we will come back to you, Councillor
Thank you.
Deutschman. Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you, the whole question around the rate stabilization fund, the 15 million, is this sort of an arbitrary, comfortable level that you like to have every year? I mean, is it necessary to be 15? Could it be 10?
So it, through the chair, I would say it's not arbitrary. It was established a few years ago, if I recall correctly, as a percentage of levy. We haven't adjusted it over the last few years. We're trying to find a balance here between having some money set aside in the event that something goes terribly wrong, and and funding the services the way they need to be funded. So there's no magic to it. It's a policy decision of council as recommended by staff.
So, as I see it, it's possible then to take 2 or 3 million out of it further and use it for one-time items? Is that possible?
So I don't, through the chair, I don't have a specific dollar amount, but if the question is, could council use more from that reserve to fund certain expenditure, then yes, you absolutely can. I would say to do that with caution and thinking carefully about next year. Because if it's a one-time revenue source, then that revenue source needs to then come out. And with an associated levy impact.
I appreciate that. I'm always cautious, so I understand what you're saying.
Councillor Deutschman. Yes, I do see that I'll actually go to Councillor Fox and then back to Councillor Deutschman, if you don't mind, Councillor Deutschman. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get back to the tax stabilization fund. So we're at 15 million. We're taking 7.2, I believe, out. So it'll leave just under 7 million left. And then if we do away with it a couple more million, we're at $5 million. Now, in the past, we've done it to provide benefits such as dental, I believe, for some of the homeless people that needed it, and minor things like that. But what kind of cushion does this council want to have should something happen? And that's what we really have to weigh out here. I'm not saying one way or another what's right, but we really have to devise if something major happens. And that's what we've used it for in the past. If something disastrously broke that cost like $6 billion or something like that, would we have a cushion? How big a cushion should we have? And as stated before, it was based on a percentage. Do we think the percentage is too high? Do we think it's too low? We have to reevaluate all that. Thank you.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Dyer. Slide 23 is the funding and financing. So it's sort of in line with my request for information, more detailed information about the tax rate stabilization fund. The large pie there is the property tax and user rate reserves. So reserves in plural. So is this a number of funds, or what is that pie representing?
Just give me a second to remind myself which chart we're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the preliminary 2023 capital budget, and we're showing funding from property tax and user rate reserves. So yes, the region has a wide range of capital reserves set up for different purposes, including equipment and vehicle replacement, general capital reserves that we use to fund capital projects on an ongoing basis. The operating budget includes contributions to those reserves. This is part of what I intend to go through in some detail on February the 1st. And we use those reserves, I would say judiciously, as we put each capital program together and do whatever we can to ensure that, from a long-term financial sustainability perspective, that we're setting enough aside for capital in order to fund projects as they happen. So yes, it's a wide range of capital reserves that we use to fund the capital program.
And will you provide us with a list of what those reserves are and the purposes of each of those reserves and the amounts currently in those reserves?
So through the chair, we have a reserve and reserve fund policy that outlines the sources and uses of that of our reserves, and we can certainly update that. There's an appendix to that policy that we can update with projected reserve balances to the end of '22. Yes.
And those, Mr. Chair, if I may. Thank you. Those reserves are created by council, correct? Those aren't funds, for example, like gas tax funding that you receive from the province or the feds that has to be used for specific purposes. Council created the purposes of these reserves, and this is money we've collected from the general population, from the tax base.
Through the chair, I would say it's a combination of the two. We have what are referred to as obligatory reserve funds, such as for development charge collections for the Canada Community Building Fund, which is the former federal gas tax revenue. And then we have a list of reserves that have been established by council over the years. The establishing of reserves is specifically contemplated and outlined in the Municipal Act, and they have all been created by council over time.
So council can decide we have the power then to decide what we want to do with those funds at the end of the day, right? We can change the use of some of these funds if council so decided.
I would say that's accurate, yes.
Thank you. Okay, look forward to that information.
All right, I'm going to go back to Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Just on the same topic. So, and we're doing our capital budget at the township as well, and it's similar to this. So, and we'll get to all this at the capital forecast. So it's a 10-year capital forecast where you lay out what roads are going to be done, what buildings are going to be done, what maintenance is going to be done, and then you say, we're going to use this reserve, this amount in this reserve, this amount in this reserve, this amount in tax levy because the reserve doesn't cover it all, and at the end result. So what we're talking about when we talk about this piece of the pie, we're actually talking about existing capital projects over the next 10 years that should we take funds for it for something else, those projects either have to stop or they have to be spread out past the 10-year window or whatever. So again, this all falls under the capital forecast. Is that correct?
Yes, through the chair, I would say yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more questions, and I just want to remind folks, obviously, we've got clearly a lot of good questions that will need to be addressed. We do have two more two more reports that Mr. Dyer will need to cover, as well as likely a lengthy discussion on several of your councillor proposals with close starting at 5. And then, a pretty lengthy closed session followed by a hard start with the public input that we really want to start on time for. So just wanting to kind of set the course of the day for questions and comments, knowing that that's the agenda, which we absolutely need to start on time for 7 p.m. So that's kind of 6:30, sorry, I'm tracking to 6:30, to be respectful of the folks that have, put forward, an opportunity to speak to us on that. So with that, Mr. Dyer, we'll move to our second report.
Yes, and through the chair, I would say that the two reports are there for information. I've touched on the user fee and charge report a little bit in my slides. I think the plan and budget overview is there for the information of council. I've covered, I think, the key components of it in my slide deck. I would say that the next best course of action would be to launch into the deeper dives, starting with water and wastewater, if that's acceptable to the committee.
Appears to be so. We'll carry on.
Okay, and so the way this will work, we have 4 specific areas that we'd like to review with the Budget Committee today. In each case, a representative from the department, likely the commissioner, but perhaps a director as well, will provide some commentary from a service level perspective. And either myself or my colleague Cheryl Braun, our Director of Corporate Finance, will provide some information on the financial pieces. And my suggestion would be for each section, the staff can present the slides, much like I did earlier today, and then we'll stop at the end of each section for questions and comments, if that works.
Carry on.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair and Council. I'm going to be going over water and wastewater services, and this falls under the strategic plan focus area of environment and climate action. And just a reminder that the objectives there are to improve resiliency to climate change and severe weather, protect our water resources, and promote the efficient use of urban land, protect and enhance agriculture, and natural areas. Next slide, please. So before we launch into the water and wastewater services area, I always like to annually speak to Council about the Safe Drinking Water Act and some of the regulations and the act that support what we do in water and wastewater services. And it really all started with the Walkerton tragedy, which happened in May of 2000, where the Walkerton water supply became contaminated with E. coli from a nearby farmer's field. And tragically, 2,321 residents became ill and 7 died from their illness. And just to put this into perspective, that was approximately half of the town population. In response to this tragedy, the Justice O'Connor did the Walkerton inquiry and identified through that inquiry a lack of operating, regulatory, and compliance obligations. If you go to the next slide, please. Through the Safe Drinking Water Act, owners and operators of water systems are required to have a drinking water quality management system policy, and the region has implemented one of those for our drinking water systems that supports the region's dedication to provide high-quality drinking water to consumers. And the region is committed to effectively managing potential risks and providing safe drinking water to consumers, managing water operations and maintenance activities to comply with applicable legislation, regulations, guidelines, and standards, maintain and continuously improve our QMS, and communicate relevant policies and programs to internal and external stakeholders as applicable. And this policy is important because it guides everything that we do as your operating authority. We review this policy annually to ensure that it continues to be appropriate for our drinking water systems. The next slide, please. So in the region of Waterloo, providing safe drinking water is a collaboration, as we are in a 2-tier drinking water system, which means that the region provides water to the local municipalities, and the area municipalities operate and maintain their own systems with the exception of North Dumfries and Wellesley, which the region operates and maintains. And what you see in front of you is the multi-barrier approach to providing safe drinking water. And I've noted on this slide where the region has responsibility and where the local area municipality has responsibility. So it first starts with source water protection, which keeps our groundwater and river water clean and sustainable. Then we move on to treatment to remove and neutralize any hazards from our water source. We have maintenance programs which prevent recontamination after treatment in the pipes. We have monitoring programs which detect and act on system problems that could impair drinking water safety and to verify the performance of system components and treated drinking water quality. We also have the effective management systems such as the DW QMS, which I just spoke about on the previous slide, and also we have automatic control systems and well-developed responses and operating practices. And lastly, we have education and outreach, which fosters partnerships and raises awareness of drinking water issues. Next slide, please. So the Safe Drinking Water Act defines roles and responsibilities for drinking water oversight. And Council and water and wastewater services are part of these roles and responsibilities. Council is defined in the regulation as the owner of the drinking water system. So that means council, the reason why that is council makes decisions about the drinking water system through approving budgets, capital plans, financial plans, and the operating plan. And water wastewater services are the operating authority of the drinking water system. We operate and maintain it, and we provide recommendations to council for approval through our top management, which we do mainly through the budget process. If you can go to the next slide, please. So in the Safe Drinking Water Act, under Section 19, there is a statutory standard of care, and this is to exercise a level of care, diligence, and skill in respect to municipal drinking water that a reasonably prudent person would be expected to exercise in a similar situation, and to act honestly and competently and with integrity with a view to ensuring the protection and safety of the users of our municipal drinking water system. And the reason this is important is it applies to every person who on behalf of the municipality oversees the accredited operating authority, which is water and wastewater services of the system, and exercises decision-making authority over the system. And it's key here that you see every person. So this isn't just council, it's actually members, individual members of council, councilors who are making decisions. It includes myself and my team. Through the onboarding of council, the clerk did send out a guideline from the MECP on councilors' responsibilities under the Safe Drinking Water Act. If you'd like me to go through that with you individually, I would be very happy to do so, because it's quite important that you understand your responsibilities under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Slide 30, or the next slide. So in water and wastewater services, our infrastructure has a total asset valuation in 2019 of $2.53 billion. And the good news is that our average asset condition is good. Some of our vertical infrastructure, however, is in poor or fair condition, and that's where our capital program is focused on from an asset management perspective. The next slide. So in water, wastewater capital investments include both asset management capital projects and growth supported projects, as well as studies and other projects. The 2023 to 2032 Water Capital Program outlines proposed investments totaling $609 million. And the increases in the capital program for water are largely due to increased commodity prices associated with equipment supply and market increases. And I've outlined a couple of projects there for you to see under the water side. So under asset management, which is the renewal side, you can see that listed there, SCADA upgrades. And for growth, this is projects to support growth. We have the Cambridge distribution upgrades, Mannheim water treatment plant, amongst others. I just picked a few. On the wastewater side, that capital program outlines proposed investments totaling $513 million, which is approximately $53 million more than last year's program. And that's mainly due to the collection trunk to support the east side lands, which you'll see listed under the growth part of that water capital program. Next slide, please. So as I had mentioned before, the region also does operations and maintenance for North Dumfries and Wellesley. And you'll see on this slide, for water distribution, the operating expenditure is $3 million. And this includes transfer to the Water Distribution Capital Reserve to reflect the region's commitment to identifying and repairing leaks in the system. And the wholesale volumes have been adjusted to accurately reflect actual demand within the townships of North Dumfries and Wellesley. On the wastewater side, the total net for operating is $1.7 million, and this increase covers additional maintenance to be performed on collection mains as per asset management recommendations. And also the wholesale volumes have been adjusted to accurately reflect demand in those two townships. In closing, the 2023 water and wastewater operating budgets and capital plans were reviewed extensively by staff and include optimization of processes and programs, reduced operating expenditures of $1.6 million, and a deferral of $63.5 million in capital from the first 5 years of the 10-year capital plan. Due to the escalation in chemical pricing, inflationary pressures on operating and capital programs, and sustained financial viability, the following information will illustrate the rate increases and will be presented by Commissioner Dyer. Thank you.
So just a few slides on the financials as they relate to the water and wastewater operating program. You can see the pie charts here on both water supply and wastewater treatment, allocations between operations and maintenance, debt servicing costs in certain cases, and capital financing. And specific to the conversation we've had to date with respect to reserves, this is where funds are set aside on an annual basis from the water and wastewater operating budgets and placed into water and wastewater capital reserves. And that capital reserve becomes the source of funding for projects across the 10-year capital program. And you'll see very shortly how successful this has been on the water and wastewater slide. Next slide, please. Side, rather. And here's the slide that tells the story. So this is water supply, 10-year capital program, expenditure on the left, funding and financing on the right. So expenditures that range from asset management. This is the first part of the capital program I spoke to earlier, where we have to look after all of the assets that we already have in place. Upgrades, expansion, and new facilities to a great extent to accommodate growth in the region. In total, over $600 million over the next 10 years. So then, every dollar we spend, we have to fund. So how do we fund and finance the water supply capital program? Well, we use that user rate capital reserve to a great extent to fund that work. We also use development charges. So I should watch our acronyms. RDC is Regional Development Charge. And we use funds that actually, the funds that are in those DC reserves. But in some cases, we also debt finance the work and then use development charges to pay the debt servicing costs going forward. The significance here is that there is no new user rate supported debt contemplated over the next 10 years. So this is really important. This is a great success story that has been worked on for many years to get us to the point where the amount of funding that's being set aside each year through the operating budget is sufficient and adequate over the next 10 years to fund our non-growth related work without having to borrow. And that means we don't have debt servicing costs that have to be accommodated by future rates. So certainly from a CFO's perspective, this is a great success story, and one that we've now achieved on the wastewater side as well. And so if we go to the next slide. Before I get to wastewater, so this is what water supply debt outstanding looks like. So it's a bit hard to see, but if you look in the 2019 and 2020 columns, there were very small amounts of user rate debt that we had in place. This was debt that would have been issued 10 years earlier. And was all paid off by 2021. And so the debt that we have right now for water is all growth related, right? So it's related to expansion in order to accommodate growth. And the green portion is what we've already issued. We issued a little over $10 million in 2022. And we do have some additional debt to issue in the future. And that's something we'll be very carefully watching. But again, the important thing is, really important message here is no additional user rate debt contemplated over the next 10 years for water supply. Next slide, please. On the wastewater side, same thing, expenditure on the left, funding and financing on the right, significant investments in upgrades, expansion, and new facilities, over $300 million. It's a $500 million capital program over 10 years. Similarly, as you see on the right-hand side, we do have some development charge supported debt that we plan to issue, but the non-growth portion, let's call it the asset renewal portion, is all funded from reserves. Again, a really, really good outcome, years in the making, but now that we're there, something that we would like to continue moving forward with. Next slide. And you can see here the projection of wastewater debt outstanding. So at the end of 2019, sitting at about $200 million, roughly evenly split between debt issued that's funded from user rates and debt issued that's funded from development charges. Over time, we see existing user rate debt shrinking over the next several years, and that's because we don't have any new debt issued planned in the next 10 years. This is mostly 20-year debt, so it's a relatively slow process to get it paid off. But I think we're in a very, very good position in terms of both the water and wastewater capital programs. Next slide, please. So from a rate perspective, staff are recommending through this budget rate increases shown on the right-hand side. So 2.9% for water supply, 4.9% for wastewater treatment, and then water distribution and collection. This applies in the townships, to retail customers in the townships of North Dumfries and Wellesley, 2.4% and 2.9%. These are largely in line with what we had estimated last year, which I'm particularly pleased about given the inflationary impacts we've had to deal with over the course of this budget. The wastewater treatment number is a little bit higher, largely related to both inflation and additional asset renewal needs. But the column on the right are the proposed rate adjustments that would be in the user fee bylaw that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. And in terms of overall impact, this one gets a little bit tricky because we have to remember that on the water and wastewater supply and wastewater treatment side, we're wholesaling water to the area municipalities. But if we take those rate increases and describe it in terms of a household impact, it's about $4.77 for water, $9.59 for wastewater, and these increases will be reflected in the rate changes made at the local municipal level. Proposed to be in place, rate changes proposed to be in place as of March the 1st. And then finally, with respect to, on the next slide, with respect to our retail customers in North Dumfries and Wellesley, where we provide both the supply and treatment as well as distribution and collection, so the full range of water and wastewater services. It's about just over $21.50 in 2023 on the water side and about $20 on the wastewater side. Again, rate impacts proposed to be put in place as of March the 1st. With that, Mr. Chair, that is the conclusion of the slides with respect to water and wastewater. Would be an appropriate time to stop for questions.
I'll entertain questions, and if you want to use your eScribe item 5.2 for questions, I'll start with Councillor Hunick, please.
You used the phrase debt to issue. Can you explain who that debt is being issued to? Or I've not heard that phrase before reading it in the reports.
Through the chair, I would love to. I could go on for hours about this.
Maybe keep it brief.
I'll try to be brief, though. So where do I start? I'll start with the Municipal Act. So the Municipal Act allows municipalities to borrow money for capital purposes only. And so we use what we refer to as debentures or regional debt.
Right.
Is what we use to finance the capital costs associated with new assets. So let's use an example. Let's say we're building an expansion to a wastewater treatment plant. Hundreds of millions of dollars often, and we probably don't have that much money sitting in a reserve. And so we would do the work, we pay the contractors, we finance that work by issuing bonds.
Okay. I think I understand now based on previous conversations, but you can keep going if you'd rather. Good.
You've got me started now.
Sorry, everybody.
No, that's okay. And so we issue what are essentially municipal bonds. and investors buy our municipal bonds. Insurance companies, pension funds, asset managers, other governments, other municipalities, they buy the bonds from us, and we commit to paying them interest. We pay back the interest and principal over a 10 or 15 or 20-year period.
Okay.
But the point is, we've borrowed that money, just like you would take out a mortgage on a house.
Yeah.
You borrow that money to pay for the upfront cost, and then you pay it over time. And we do that when we don't have sufficient funds sitting in our reserves.
So having debt to issue would mean that we have more to pay than we have currently, or?
Yes, so it's a really good point. If we're through the chair, if we're issuing debt, it could mean one of two things. It could mean that we don't have enough money in our reserves right now to pay for the cost up front.
Right.
Right, because we have to pay the contractors as work gets done. Alternatively, it could mean that there are certain projects that are very appropriate to finance over a longer period of time.
Okay.
If we take Stage 1 LRT as an example, we issued 30-year debt to finance that project.
Right.
And that was partly because of the extent of the cost, but also because this is a project for which residents will benefit over the long haul. And so it's not necessary to pay it all up front. We can issue fixed rate debt, pay it off over 30 years from a growing assessment base as new development happens as a result of that investment.
I'm going to go to Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, and this is not essentially a finance question, but I know a number of years ago, the capacity of the water supply for the region was an issue. And with a population today in the region of 650,000 and growing, our water capacity, how is it? Are we in a comfortable way right now? Or can you answer that for me?
Yep, through the chair to Councillor Craig. Yes, we do have, through our water supply master plan that we do, usually every 5 years, have water for the projected growth for 30 years. We are, however, starting a new water supply master plan called a water supply strategy this year to look at the growth numbers through the Places to Grow Act, to update that and to ensure that we do have water supply for growth out to 2051.
So I'm to assume as of today, we do have a capacity at least for the next 2 to 5 years, somewhere in that?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Thanks for the continuing presentation, and congratulations to those who've, worked over the years to get us to this position. So I can tell you're very proud of that, and as well you should be. So congratulations. A couple of questions just so that I'm clear. So this user rate, we can't transfer that into waste management, right? Like those are two separate ones, or are they combined? We can't. Like the money we collect for water and wastewater, we can't use that in any other, like anything for like waste in terms of landfill.
That through the chair, that is correct.
Okay.
The water and wastewater rates are only for water and wastewater activities, and that's actually defined through the Safe Drinking Water Act and a number of other acts.
Okay, just wanted to double check that for my own, because I'm new. And just in terms of I'm wondering about education that possibly can be done, because like our water here is safe and clean and, I think a really good bargain, even with the approximately $15 a year increase. And so I'm just curious about when I see people who are spending a lot of money, and sometimes, it's a bit of an assumption on my part, but I think sometimes it's people who may not have significantly extra money. And in some cases, I'm thinking of people who've come from a variety of other countries. When you see them buying lots of bottled water, which, increases our waste, and it's just, I think, really unnecessary in a lot of cases. I know, there's exceptions to everything. I'm just wondering about some education that we can do and can probably be taken outside of this conversation, but if we have enough money in the money you have to operate to do some education around like the fact that our water is clean and it's in really great shape and that. So if, I would be certainly willing to increase the levy a little bit more if necessary, just to make sure that we're able to do those kind of programs for our residents.
So through the chair, yes, we do have programs for water conservation mostly and mainly. We used to have a water wagon where we would have, tap water available at festivals and things like that, but that was removed a number of years ago from what I understand. Really, why people buy bottled water is they do think it's safer or it's for aesthetic reasons, like they don't like the taste of the tap water or something else. That's why people buy reverse osmosis and Brita water filter systems. So we do our best to educate the public on that, and I can talk to my team about another angle towards the safe drinking water that we do provide.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is just in terms of some of the loss that we have through our pipes, and some of it's the age of the pipes or just the leakage in that. Are there ways, I'm assuming there's ways to improve what happens at the region, but also at what happens at the local municipalities. And I'm wondering if we're working with people in particularly our local tech community or other potential businesses to try and do better identification and to fix some of that loss.
Yeah, so as I had mentioned through the chair, so as I had mentioned before, we are, we look after only the wastewater collection and water distribution system in North Dumfries and Wellesley. So we do have an extensive leak detection program in those two townships. The other municipalities look after their own systems. We do pair with them and partner with them to share information, but it's really up to those municipalities and their councils how much they want to invest in their own local infrastructure, which is normally the pipes and the pump stations and booster stations and valves and everything else that goes with it. So we can inform and we can give information, but we don't direct the area municipalities on how to run, operate, maintain their own water and wastewater collection systems.
Sure. Okay. All right. I'll pursue that myself then.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I think my question is in line with Councillor Craig's, only it's on the wastewater side. So I trust that we have adequate room for wastewater for the projected increase in population and in the area that we're projecting those increases to be.
Yes, so through the chair, to Councillor Shantz, the wastewater capacity, I know there's a lot of capacity at the Kitchener wastewater treatment plant. I'm still learning where the other capacity is since I am new. However, through the official plan work that we did, that was a consideration of the work that we did through that, is to make sure that there was capacity for wastewater, not only in the plants themselves, but also in the receiving bodies of water.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. This is a great discussion, and we're getting fairly granular, which is absolutely appropriate during a budget discussion. But I would have to tell you, I'm echoing a comment that was made by somebody in the business community just this week, and that's that growth is expensive. And I hope that one of our take-home messages is that when the decisions we make today are never just about the here and now. They're also about the future. We are now reaping the reward of previous discussions and previous decisions. This is totally a good news story when we look at where we are with water and wastewater, but it does show you the impact of development charges, and it does show you the impact when certain other levels of government don't understand what reserves are actually used for. So I think this is really instructive, and I hope the public is watching because the impact gets amplified when you dig down a little deeper.
Seeing no other questions, we'll move to our next agenda item. I believe we are on item number 6, right? Communications.
We're still.
My bad. That's right. All right, Matthew. Sorry, my bad.
No problem. Through the chair, so I'll do the presentation of the the strategic plan focus area called sustainable transportation. So to your point, Councillor Hunink, a bit of the confusion is coming from the fact that the focus area is called sustainable transportation and covers all modes. And in there, in the budget, then we talk about transit services, which are transit, and then transportation services, which are the roads. And sometimes it's consistently called roads because roads give also a little bit of a bad representation of what we're doing, because roads include sidewalks, crossings, bike lanes, trails, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where there's maybe a little bit of confusion. We haven't found the right word to differentiate within transportation, within sustainable transportation, what is more kind of road oriented and what's more transit oriented. So the objectives of this focus areas, there are the 4 bullets that I'm not going to read them to you today, but today I will address the first 2 items. So those relative to transit and those that are relative to roads, active transportation, and road safety will be presented on February 8th. So next slide, please. So this is just a bit of a highlight of what's behind all the services that are brought forward under the transit services budget. So it's a number of kilometers of bus service. Maybe just in terms of what is really important to remember is maybe on that second bullet, so it's 54 routes, but the key routes that we want to develop and which really make a difference from a ridership perspective is when we can get to a peak frequency of 10 minutes, because 10 minutes is when customers don't have to think or plan ahead, whereas the most local bus routes today run on 30-minute frequency, which means you have to plan ahead because you don't want to wait 25 minutes for your bus outside. So that represents about 830,000 service hours of buses. Ridership has recovered very strongly compared to pre-pandemic, and a little bit later, Neil Malcolm, the acting director of transit services, will dig into this and into our 2023 forecast. It's not comparable to Toronto and Montreal. You've heard, and the newspapers have presented the significant revenue shortfall that larger cities have seen from transit. This is not applicable to us because Toronto has a very high concentration of professions which have a very high rate of telework, which is not the case here. So it's really a bias that's representative of a very specific concentration of employment types, whereas here we have many more kind of diverse service jobs that have much lower rates of telework, and then we also have the kind of the core university and student ridership that has come back very strongly. So next slide, please. Just on the LRT and on the rapid transit side of things, so the LRT backbone represents about 6% of our service hours, but it's over 20% of our capacity to move customers, since each light rail vehicle has the capacity of nearly 4 buses. So we're able to move more people with less service hours. Its ridership is still just a little bit below pre-pandemic. Weekend ridership is back up to pre-pandemic levels, while weekday is lagging a little bit behind, and that's specifically, again, due to office commuters that are being served by that line. So from an operating cost perspective, the cost of the service is approximately $1 million a month, and the revenue that we get through the riders on the LRT covers approximately between 50% and 75% of the cost, depending on, it's different between weekends, holidays, and weekdays. In the capital program, which I'm detailing there with the 3 bullets on the bottom there are allocations, $5 million allocations in 2023 and 2024 to advance stage 2 ION funding. So that's the work on the business case, some further field work on geotechnical and utility investigations, as well as some strategic property acquisitions to protect for the stage 2 ION and its itinerary. Next slide, please. So there's also a number of strategic initiatives that are kind of buried in the budget. Sometimes they're funded through the operating budget, through professional services, and sometimes through capital. But I wanted to bring these forward to you so you're aware of these strategic initiatives coming forward. So the first one is the integrated mobility plan that will be coming this year. So our new transportation master plan, but really we're looking at an even stronger integration of all modes, including active modes, and thinking it really less from a modal perspective, but more from a customer and access to services perspective. The GRT business plan that we'll be working on this year that will address some of the questions also that you've asked on how do we find the right balance of fares versus service over the next 5 years, as well as the Mobility Plus business plan that goes with that. And then there's a number of more specific studies. One on rapid transit feasibility along the Fisher-Hallman corridor, a review of the different service models for rural transit. How can we better serve the different markets that we see in the townships? Implementation of our micro-mobility pilots, as well as the Cambridge to Union Go Rail study. And I'll pass it to Neil Malcolm, who will give you some more details on the performance, ridership forecasts, and our fares. Through the chair.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Matthew. The next couple slides really, and through you, Chair Harris, the next few slides really speak to ridership as it currently stands within the Grand River Transit Network. And this slide, provides a wonderful opportunity to really, let's think back to 2019 when Grand River Transit was we were at the height of our service. We just launched Lion LRT. We had our best ridership through the fall of 2019 into early 2020. And then we hit a bit of a wall and had a number of ups and downs through some service reductions, ridership ups and downs, stay-at-home orders, a number of factors that led to a real roller coaster of ridership for Grand River Transit and transit agencies in Canada and around the world. And then what we've seen through 2022, so more recently, think back to January 2022 where we were in the middle of the Omicron wave and we were still having some stay-at-home orders, reduced ridership. But through 2022, we've really seen increasing growth, return to ridership, and through the fall in particular, when people were back on campus, back at the office, more people were using the service again, the ridership on the Grand River Transit Network really returns to near pre-pandemic levels. So as a system average, we were probably back to close to 85 to 90% of pre-pandemic ridership through the fall. And that's continued into January. Just last week, we had some ridership numbers reported where we were at or above our daily boardings for our highest ever. So that was when students were back in campus, people were back at work again. So on a ridership front, really in the region of Waterloo, a strong return to using the transit system, which is great news. And you'll see in the last bar there, the 2023 budget, we've really reflected on, by the end, through 2023, we expect the ridership return to continue on the system, and we've budgeted or planning to budget with approval. The ridership through 2023 will be at or above where it was in 2019. Next slide, or maybe I can move the slide. So this slide is just another reflection of some ridership patterns. As Matthew was mentioning, some of the routes have recovered very strongly, in particular routes around the university, the college, some of our higher frequency corridors, including ION, the 201 and 202, some of our express networks. And you'll recall from some previous reports that Council approved restoring more frequent service in the fall of 2022. And again, we added more frequent service, 10-minute service at peak times on 201 and 202, our express routes. And you see on the slide that's returning with ridership. People are riding those services. On the right-hand side of the graph, you'll see some of our lower performing routes. So not every route has returned system-wide to where it was pre-pandemic. And the ones that are on the right are predominantly, Route 2 and some of our Bus Plus routes. And for those that aren't familiar, our Bus Plus routes are delivered by a contractor. They're usually an introductory service to a new neighborhood where we send in a bus on a less frequent basis to try and generate more ridership and then eventually convert it to a full-size conventional bus. But, so not surprisingly, some of them are our lower performers. And we'll talk a little bit more about that under service hours, where we're looking at some possible changes to the network and actual some route reductions as part of our service proposals. The next two slides really focus on transit fares. And we've had a little bit of discussion on transit fares already today. Right now, staff are recommending a fare increase for July 2023 of 2.5%. And you can see in the table what that would translate into for some of our specific fare categories. And within one of the reports that's in the package, there's a more detailed summary for each of our fare products. But at its highest level, for cash fares, we were recommending going from a $3.50 cash fare to $3.75 under a 2.5% average fare increase. And then for the store value card, so if you use an EasyGo fare card and pre-buy, it's a cheaper way to pay for your fares, a better way to do it, so you're paying less every time you ride. But the increase, if approved, as recommended, would see it go from $2.92 per ride to $2.98. And on the monthly pass, the way we sell most of our fares, it would go from a $90 monthly pass to $92 if approved as recommended. And why are we looking at a fare increase? We hadn't. So last year, we also did a fare increase in 2022, which was approved by council. The previous 2 years, we did not do a fare increase due to the pandemic. And we're looking at the fare increase again for this year for a few reasons. We want to continue to improve the service, continue the service restoration, and the addition of new services to serve the community. And also, it's a way to generate revenue, of course. So you can see in the table, by approving a 2.5% fare increase, we would anticipate for 2023 generating more $272,000 of increased revenue, and annualized that would be over $500,000 of increased revenue based on this proposed fare increase. Of course, there is a bit of a trade-off. Every time we increase fares, we anticipate a slight reduction in ridership, and that's reflected in the last row, where if you do approve increasing fares by 2.5% on average, we would expect to lose about 100,000 riders due to the increased fare over the year. So there is a bit of a trade-off there, but overall, we'd be increasing revenue, improving the service, and overall adding new ridership. And this table just provides, didn't press the right button. There we go. This table just provides a comparison to what other transit agencies within the province are doing in terms of their current fares. So GRT Grand River Transit is highlighted in blue. And this is the current, for monthly passes at $90. And if you look really closely at, our normal comparators, Durham, London, Hamilton, similar systems of a similar size and ridership, our monthly pass, for example, is current, and even at the proposed increase to $92, is significantly less than many of our closest comparators. And based on comparing to an Ontario average for our cash fares, our pass prices, our concession fares, even with the increase, we'd be in line or even still below our typical comparators on the fare prices for our system. And now I'll turn it back to Commissioner Getzke.
Thank you, Neil, for this detail. So again, the scenarios on fares are really, it's a fine balancing act between how can we protect for the services and improve the services where we're getting a lot of ridership. The cost, I know we'll talk about the cost of fuel later, but everything else being equal, with the increase that we've seen on diesel, it's an immediate 5% hit on our overall operating costs. So that's that balancing act that we're looking at. However, looking at some of the questions that were asked by council last week and previously, I'll go through a few slides on how we can look at expanding some of the discounts that were introduced 3 years ago or adjusted 3 years ago in our fare structure. So this slide is just more of a reminder of the affordable transit program that was gradually implemented over 2020 and 2021, which is really which was based on significant research work with the university and local partners to analyze how we could best use the resources to support transit customers who need it the most. So the levers for this program are the level of discount. So currently it's at 48%. As well as the eligibility thresholds, so the income thresholds per household or per individual, which were already increased by 15% in 2022 to increase the affordability for a number of our residents. This program has seen significant uptake since its launch in April of 2020. And now the number of eligible residents is exceeding the initial target of 8,600. The cost of that program it's approximately $100,000 And that's and using the different levers, these are things that where alternatives can be considered in the budget. Next slide. Specifically with respect to seniors and youth, which we've heard about from a delegation last week, and where staff has received some questions. So similar question had been asked in the 2021 budget. Some requests had been considered there. With respect to youth, for example, at the time, the decision was to expand the use of day passes, like the family pass, which basically enables children to travel free with an adult during school break periods and on weekends. With regard to seniors, the decision or the recommendation at the time, and which was followed by council, was that the revenue loss of $100,000 for even just a 1 day a week free day for seniors was not really the main barrier to access transit. And what was implemented was some earlier training on how to help seniors to use the system, to understand it, to navigate, to do some trip planning, and just feel comfortable using GRT. So based on that, next slide, please. Analyzing these different factors. So today our recommendation is to, with respect to senior fare discount, is not to reinstate these fare discounts, but to lower the barrier to entry that we heard of about managing the system properly. So to expand the Ride-A-Bus and the travel training program across all 3 cities, and to include further guidance and support for the affordable transit program. Regarding youth, our recommendation, given some of the, I would say, some of the accessibility issues with the family pass, because it's a little bit tricky to get a family pass on your card. So there are some barriers there to access that fare structure. And there, our recommendation is that we will take it back to evaluate the benefits and impacts of a new products, whether it's a change to the family pass system, which exists today, or to analyze the impact of free fares for youth traveling with an adult, and we'll bring them back to council as part of the GRT business plan. Next slide, please, on service hours. Again, the objective of the scenario and the recommendation that's presented today is really that balance between how do we fund the service improvements that are considered for 2023 and that match a number of demands that we've heard from and questions that we've heard from our customers with the revenue that we're able to aggregate. So ridership depends very highly on quality of service. And there you'll see that if we go through the table there that talks about the service reinstatements, the first reinstatement that has begun already in January is the full reinstatement of university and college services that had started in the fall, plus increased frequencies for our iExpress routes 201 and 202, which are quite busy, which are already above pre-pandemic levels. So that's equivalent to, you'll see in the table, that's 20,000 service hours. So a service hour is approximately $100 in variable costs. So when we add service to bring these routes to 10-minute frequency, that's about a $2 million impact on the budget. The second line, which is called operational adjustments to maintain service levels, and it may be a bit cryptic in that representation. This is because what we've seen through the fall is that as people were going back to work, traffic is back up. And so what we're seeing is our bus routes and our buses are being slowed down in traffic, and their on-time performance has deteriorated significantly. So what had happened is when the pandemic hit, all the schedules, as there were way less cars on the road and buses were turning up early at their bus stops. So the schedules had been shrunk to be able to best match kind of that theoretical schedule and the actual speed at which buses could travel. Now that traffic is back up a little bit, we're seeing buses accumulate like 8-minute delays, which become which then kind of they accumulate throughout the day, and then you end up with 12-minute delays and things which for example, for a local bus route that runs every 30 minutes is just not acceptable from a customer perspective. So these operational adjustments are really about matching the schedule to what is achievable given current and forecasted levels of traffic. Then the other two service expansion packages that you see there in June and in September, these are relative to reinstating some weekend services that had been reduced or removed during the pandemic. We know there's a lot of ridership, in particular on Route 33, for example, where we're bringing back that service. The other big change there is the Cambridge redesign of the network. So that was a piece of work that had been done that had been initiated in 2019 to reconfigure the network to make better use of the ION bus corridor, which gives us that critical 10-minute headway service across Cambridge and into Kitchener. So the redesigned network will be brought back to council in March, but we're already accounting for the number of additional service hours through this budget. And finally, there's there's the route removal line at the bottom of the table there. So it's, again, to be able to manage the revenue changes, the cost impacts, as well as some of the key reinstatements on our more popular routes where there's significant crowding that's being noticed today. We're recommending the removal of 2 bus routes, so route number 2, which is called the Sterling route. So it was identified already by Neil as one of the lowest performing urban routes. So there is some overlap with route number 1. So there a lot of the neighborhoods that are being served today by this route are already served by route number 1. And that's the route that has the lowest, I would say, the lowest cost recovery of all of our bus routes across the network. Less than 10% of the cost of operating that route are recovered versus approximately 40% on average across the network. And then Route 73, which is more of a neighborhood loop, which is also one of our lowest performing urban bus routes. So these are, again, to save 5,000 service hours that can be put back into the other routes and the Cambridge redesign, which will be serving more people for the same budget. And I'll pass it maybe back to Cheryl to show you. There's a waterfall chart that will show you all these pluses and minuses and the balance that we're trying to achieve with this scenario.
Thank you, Mathieu, and through you to the chair. Through you, Chair. I do have a handful of slides on the operating and capital program of the transit budget. The slide before you right now relates to the public transit operating budget with an increase in the tax levy in 2023 of $11.7 million. The major components or the major drivers of that increase, already Mathieu has gone through a number of service expansions, given some pretty good descriptions on some of the routes that we're planning to implement during 2023. And so service expansions are accounting for about $3.4 million. That also includes the annualization of the Northfield Drive facility. If you'll recall, that facility came online at some point later in 2022, so we need to annualize the budget for a full year for that facility. Further on, Mathieu also mentioned that fuel was a pretty significant impact on the 2023 budget. And, further to the conversation about the tax stabilization reserve, we are budgeting fuel at a much higher level, and I have a graph further on to describe that. But we're also mitigating that cost by bringing in some tax stabilization reserve funding to offset that increase, just to see where we think, just to see where the fuel prices will land during 2023. There's some obligatory increases within the ION contract that are adding another $3 million to the 2023 budget. And then in terms of transit fares, the Safe Restart funding for the transit stream is ending at the end of 2022. So we need to remove that funding offset for the fare reduction that was taken out in previous budgets. So that's adding $11.5 million to the operating budget. But with the increased fare revenues and ridership resuming to near pre-pandemic levels, we're hoping that that fare revenue will more than offset that budget increase. Excuse me. And so all told, again, the increase in the public transit operating budget is just shy of $12 million in 2023. Next slide, please. This is the graph I was alluding to about fuel prices. It is a little bit busy, but I'll just take a minute just to very quickly walk through it. The solid blue line describes that the weekly prices that we've had to pay during 2022. So you can see it's very volatile. And we had set our fuel price in our budget probably around September. So it was when we were contemplating setting the budget and getting it ready to present to council. We did note that the price was actually quite elevated above the 2022 price. So at that time, we elected to offset it a little bit with some tax stabilization reserve funding. And so the bars here, so the 2022 budgeted price was actually that very bottom green price. At no point in 2022 did we ever pay that price. So we did have a pretty significant variance in 2022. So we've set the price in 2023 notionally at that, I'm just looking at the colors here, at 159, which is the orange bar. That's our estimated price for fuel, for diesel in 2023. But that's not the price that we have, actually the effective price we have in the budget. The effective price we have in the budget is actually the purple bar, which is $1.33, thank you, Chris, per liter. And so to the extent that our purchases would exceed the $1.33, we could bring some tax stabilization reserve funding in to offset that elevated cost. But, you know, if prices don't meet the 159, we wouldn't necessarily bring all that tax stabilization reserve funding into the budget just to offset those costs during 2023. I'm hoping that makes some sense to everybody. Next slide, please. So this slide describes the GRT, or the bus service portion of public transit, the capital program for that service. The 10-year capital program for GRT is about $450 million. More than half of it relates to vehicle replacements, and then the remaining half is related to expansion vehicles, a little bit of facility renewals. We do have some projects in the capital program to deal with electrification of infrastructure and then some other system improvements. Some of the more major projects that we wanted to highlight today are, you know, there's a significant pedestrian bridge over Highway 78 that we're going to start working on this year, as well as a number of vehicle replacements in the range of $16 million contemplated this year. Before I turn it over to maybe Neil to describe the zero-emission vehicle pilot, I just wanted to note for committee's reference that back in December, the region did submit applications totaling about $200 million for the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, and that was the final intake for that program, and that was our remaining allocation. So I wanted to take a moment just to allow Neil to maybe give a little bit more of a description about where we're going with zero-emission transit vehicles and the pilot that we have, and how we've costed the capital program.
Yeah, thank you, Cheryl, and through you, Chair Harris. So almost 2 years ago, Council approved a zero-emission electric bus pilot, so fully electric vehicles. So of our 277 conventional buses, right now, the vast majority are fully diesel buses. We have, from that point forward, Council approved procuring only hybrid vehicles. So right now, all of our new conventional bus orders are hybrid vehicles. We have 29 arriving right now, which will mostly replace existing aging diesel buses. Also, as part of that, Council approved an 11 fully electric bus pilot. So we've ordered 11 buses. They're on order. 6 will arrive. We anticipate having them here in the spring, and they will be deployed out of the new Northfield garage. Part of the benefit of the Northfield garage was that we built it anticipating the electrification of the fleet. So we are also procuring right now electric charging stations. So these 6 buses, when they arrive this year, will be charged at the Northfield garage using the charging equipment there, and we deployed on routes that they can serve in and around Waterloo and Kitchener from the Northfield garage. 5 more fully electric buses will arrive in 2024 for 11 fully electric buses, all out of the Northfield garage. And at that time, we plan to report back to council on the recommended next steps in terms of procurement. In the meantime, we will continue to order hybrid electric, and then assuming the pilot proves successful and we make a recommendation to council, we would then look to move to procuring fully electric buses from that point forward.
All right. Any questions? I see Councillor Hunak.
Hi. Early on, sorry, through you, Chair. Early on in the pandemic, there was a policy implemented in the LRT trains that all of the doors would open automatically. This unexpectedly removed a significant barrier to customers with disabilities who cannot use their hands. And so I'm wondering about re-implementing this policy as part of the accessibility plan in 2023.
Through the chair, so that's definitely something we can consider. I know the initial policy of not opening the doors automatically in the wintertime is for climate control reasons, but yes, we can look at that as part of the accessibility program, yes.
That would be great. And I just have a follow-up question. I saw in a previous consent agenda that Waterloo Region has 17 accessible taxis and 35 Mobility Plus buses. Do we have data not only regarding the service hours of the Mobility Plus buses, but the taxis as well?
Through the chair, so yes, I know the question of accessibility of accessible taxis is a critical element. I know we've diagnosed it with the team, and that's something we're looking at to be able to have the appropriate level of service hours to complement Mobility Plus. That's very, and I think that's something we'll address as part of the Mobility Plus business plan as well, and it's definitely something we have in mind.
Great. Thank you.
We've got a pretty good list of questions. We are gonna take a washroom break around proposed 3, but we'll get through this list and then we'll break and then on to the next report. So Councillor Benedict.
Thanks, Chair Harrison. I have a total of 5 questions, so I'll need to come back a couple times, I guess. Just first question is just with respect to ridership and federal funding. Our funding in the past in terms of some of those dollars is contingent on ridership. How has that played out during the pandemic? Did they freeze it at 2019 numbers or something? Or how is, like, going forward with the Safe Restart funding ending, how will that play out in terms of the dollars that we can access?
So through the chair, the region receives about $12 million or so in provincial gas tax revenue each year, which, as Councillor Urbanovic correctly says, is largely based on ridership information. So during COVID, I think despite the significant reduction in gas tax revenues to the province did maintain the level of funding that was available in the overall pot to be distributed. I think we'll wait to see how the province is proposing to deal with that in this year's budget. But certainly the amount of revenue we've received over the last few years has remained relatively constant, I think, with kind of a slight increase each year, in part due to at least initially due to LRT traffic.
Okay, thank you. My second question for now then is on the places where we're looking at eliminating the routes or making changes, how are we communicating that to the public and engaging them? Are we putting signs on the buses so people are aware and they could come to council if they want to? I think there needs to be some awareness around this.
Through the chair, yes, today it's a budget proposal. So today we have not communicated anything about these route adjustments or removals, but should council support that removal, yes, there will be a full communication plan to help the existing customers, for example, on Route 2, where there's a substitute route, which is Route 1, to help people plan their trips and adjust maybe some of their habits. But I agree, there's a significant piece of communication that will have to be rolled out if the decision is supported.
So I guess I would just say that on that, my hope and expectation would be that we would actually inform and somehow engage the public that this is being considered, so they have an opportunity to provide input before the decision's made.
All right.
And do you want me to cue in again, or will you just?
Yeah, we'll go through the list if you don't mind,
Okay.
Councillor. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through the chair. We have a rate here and we say that there's a 48% discount for low income. What is the definition of low income?
So the affordable transit program is based on a number of thresholds. I think I forget what the technical name was. It's a basket of it's a StatScan definition related to low income thresholds, but they've been adjusted in 2022. So we increased compared to the official StatCan definition by 15% to increase the level of eligibility. So again, that's one of the levers. So today we have that reference, which is based on, I think it's called, the market basket measure, which is a Canadian-wide low-income threshold at the household level. But there we can adjust eligibility depending on where council wants to take it.
Okay, just, okay.
Follow up.
Thank you. Just, so that would, one of the things in that basket would be also the number of children or family members that live on that income. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
That was pretty much my question, but I was just wondering, I know it's based on, now you said like a Canada-wide threshold, but in like our region is one of the most expensive regions in all of Canada right now. So I'm just wondering with the rising cost of rent, if there was that ability to adjust the amount, like just based on our region, not Canada-wide.
Through the chair, yes, I think we can. That's again, there are really two levers around that program. The first one is the level of discount, so 40%, and the other one is the thresholds, again, that are defined for 1 person, 2 person, 3 person, 4 person households. So we have all these thresholds, and these can be adjusted to match the specific requirements of Waterloo Region residents.
Councillor Solonen.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. As I'm looking at the operational budget, that's more than my township's whole annual budget. So with that, I am wondering, with Wilmot only having bus route 77 and roughly 6 people per hour based off of the fall information that you put up there, for Wilmot taxpayers, the levy that they pay into the region, how much of that is going towards transportation services? Like, are they paying into all of transit, or do we only pay for the bus that comes into Wilmot? I'm curious on that breakdown, and I'm guessing that's a big question based off of your slight head nods in front of me.
Mathieu and I were just arguing over who was going to answer it, but I'll take a crack at it. Public transit is one of the 2 services that the region provides that is what we call area rated. So leaving transit and library aside, every other service that we have, the levy is allocated in a consistent, similar way across every taxpayer in the region. The exceptions are library and transit, and I'll just give you the library example. Because library services are only provided in the townships, the net levy for libraries is allocated only in the townships. Transit is a little bit more complicated, but I think it's best described as the townships are levied for the incremental cost associated with the service that's being provided to the townships. So this is happening, gotta make sure I remember this right, in Wilmot and in Woolwich. So there are different levels of service in each of those two communities, and so we take the costs associated with those routes and allocate and levy those costs to the taxpayers in those two townships. So we end up with 3 different transit tax rates. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. Okay. Thank you very much. And just a second question. On the ride-a-bus and travel training that you guys were talking about, possibly expanding those programs, you only mentioned the 3 cities, which I do think, certainly with the lower ridership that we have out in the townships, is it possible to look at expanding those programs? I think there's certainly some seniors that could definitely benefit from that out in Wilmot.
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Harris. Just a couple of comments and then a question. I mean, I think we all need to remember, again, that property tax systems were never set up to fund transit systems, and that we, again, maybe need to remind, through this process, remind our provincial and federal partners that they need to continue to come to the table, and I think can come to the table, I mean, if they particularly want to reach our climate change carbon reduction goals, they need to support us and other municipalities. Another question I would just pose, you don't need to, I mean, you can try and answer it if you'd like, but I'm really concerned about the proposed transit fare increase of 2.5%, obviously, because I was actually proposing a over 5-year significant reduction of transit fares. So that really does concern me, and unless there's some additional arguments to be made, I can pretty much tell you right now I'm not going to support that. And part of the reason that I'm really concerned about increases in transit fares is because I think the transit fare is already too high. And I'm really concerned, in addition to increasing our transit fare, that we're looking at reducing some of the service in certain areas. And so I'll just put that on the table. But I just would note that I don't know, because I'm new here, if we ask ourselves the same question about roads. You know, oh, this road, we put this road in, but this road doesn't really get that much use. So I wonder if we should, maybe stop servicing that road and clearing it and things like that, right? We do this all the time for transit, but we don't do it for other transportation modes. So I just want to put that on the table and remind us all that we all recognize we're in a climate crisis, and I think we need to think really seriously about what that means when we look at our transit and transportation budget. So my question, though, and apologies for that sort of soapbox, is if we are to reduce some of the service routes and increase transit fares, I would be interested in getting, is it Director Fazia's bag, her team's input in what that might mean for some of our equity-seeking and lower-income individuals in our community. Is that something that we can have her team have their input on? And I would ask if she can, I would like to have that input for us prior to us making any decision on this file. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Deutschman. I just saw him shaking his head, but go ahead, Councillor Deutschman.
Oh, sorry.
Through the chair, quickly on the equity side, I think we're happy to share some of the analysis that we've already done on those, because that is definitely a critical piece of direction that we've heard from council. So the 2 routes that we're talking about were analyzed with that respect, but I'm happy to share that information.
Okay, thank you. And also on the fare increase, because I'm really concerned that, I've seen data from other countries, primarily a lot of the people who ride transit are obviously lower income individuals, but women and as well, right? So I think we really need to, again, there's a lot of reasons why potentially reducing service, but also increasing our transit fare concerns me. In addition to the, reasons that transit provides all kinds of other benefits to our community that we're not accounting for as well, right? In terms of health and wellness and you know, just carbon reduction and, you know, community building and things like that. So I just would ask us as we go forward in this to really think very broadly about our transit system and what it brings to our community and what it may mean to significant populations by increasing the price and decreasing service in some areas. Thank you.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I also have a concern about the transit fare increase, especially when I look at the chart at page 51 that talks about the net ridership change. Service affects ridership, but clearly rates affect ridership when I look at that chart. And, you know, first of all, I'm curious how we come up with that number, but clearly those that are the most impacted, the lower end of the economic rung in our community, people dealing with a lot of difficult financial decisions, and we're estimating that there's 106,000 net ridership changes on a 25-cent increase. And I can't support a 2.5% fare increase because of the loss of ridership and knowing who those people are that won't be taking transit and how important transit is to those people. If there's some more information you can tell me about who these people are that are going to be dropping off, I have a real concern about that. And so that, especially when I look at the average rates, I see we do well with seniors and youth in terms of the average across the province, but we're, you know, at 350, we're right on par. And I will not be able to bring myself to support without more information that clarifies who this net is. But what I assume that there are people that can't afford it. I can't support a fare increase, especially the importance that transit has in our community. I'll have some other questions after. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure if there was a question. Go ahead.
Through the chair, just a small adjustment. We are, I mean, the proposal does not talk about reducing service. Overall, we're adding 46,000 hours of bus service and then removing 5,000 to find there's a plus of 46,000 and a minus of 5,000. So the 100,000 ridership loss that we're talking about on the annual ridership, they're more than compensated by the growth that we're getting by adding service hours elsewhere. So it's not the same people, and we'll bring back information to tell you what are the adjustments and who are the customers who will have an option and how we expect them to transfer maybe to other services. But overall, we're expecting, and Neil's graph really showed the ridership forecasted in 2023 is significantly higher than this year's.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify my comment, I appreciate what the commissioner is saying. What I'm saying is I'm looking at a chart that talks about a fare increase and notes a drop in ridership because of the increase. That's what I'm not talking about the other enhancements, et cetera. My earlier referral was your comment that service improves ridership. I agree with that. But rates affect ridership too. And here we see a drop-off directly connected in this chart to this increase. So I'm saying, who are those people that are, I suspect I know who those people are that are being impacted. Because this chart is just talking about cost. So it's obviously costs are important to these individuals and it's impacting them. That's my concern.
C.O. Lochner, I believe you had a comment.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to make sure we understand that. So I think what Council's interested in is understanding which riders drop off. For instance, if that were individuals like me, that may indicate that's a certain set of information for Council. I think there's concern that these may be people who don't have alternative transportation options, and that would be good information to have. So if we brought that back, and that's the importance of these discussions. No decision today. It's important that we hear the concerns so that you're fully informed before you make a decision. So we'll bring that back at a soon Council meeting.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. I had a similar question to Councillor Deutschman in regards to that 106,000, the demographic, looking at where those numbers came from and what our current ridership is. because 106,000 does seem a lot, and from an equity perspective, what demographic is going to be impacted by that? I do have another question. It's regarding the communication. Should I wait, Chair Harris? Communication 6.6.1.
Yeah, we have a bunch of questions we'll get through, and
okay,
then
I'll wait
we're
till
going to
then.
take a break, and then we'll get to yours.
All right,
So,
thank you.
Councillor Verbenovic.
Thank you very much. My next question has to do with the percentage increase. And I do want to say that I share some of the concerns that have been raised by both Councillors McCabe and Deutschman on this issue. And so, getting some of that information that Mr. Lochner just talked about, including the impacts that I raised earlier on routes that we're getting rid of, potentially is going to be important to me. But when we look at that increase, what percentage of our customers are actually paying cash versus using the card? Because the increase is substantively more at 25 cents percentage-wise than it is for the ones that are using the card. So I'd like to understand that.
Neil or Mathieu?
Through the chair, and then Neil can correct me with any more details, but today, 15% of our customers use cash. And so
Sorry, 15 or 15? 15, okay, thank you.
I don't know what the numbers are for how many passes we have versus kind of incremental, what we call stored value. But the incremental impact on fare, so evidently when you pay cash, we want to round up to the nearest quarter. So we're not playing with nickels and dimes at the entrance of the bus. So that's why the incremental increase on the cash fare is much more significant than on the stored value, which is when you pay ticket by ticket on your card.
Thank you, Commissioner Getzky, and through the chair. Yeah, surprisingly, close to 15% are cash paying fares, which is surprising because it's much more cost per ride compared to a concession fare when you use an EasyGo fare card and you prepay $292 or $290 versus $350 or $375 if the fare increase is approved. So we do try to proportionally raise the cash fare to get more customers to use the stored value cards, and they're paying less per ride when they do so. But through the pandemic, we've actually seen an increase in the number of cash paying, so we still collect a significant amount of revenue at the fare box in cash payments. Maybe it's through the pandemic, more people have been less willing to use the fare card or register them or preload them because they must be preloaded with a minimum of $10. So people may continue to pay cash for certain trips because of that need to preload the card.
Okay, thank you. And then for my second question, it really has to do with the federal public transit infrastructure program and how that all relates into this. And I realize that that's capital dollars, but ultimately that impacts, in all of this as well. And how have we factored in for the fact that, that program is coming to an end, but there's negotiations, I know, going on at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities with the federal government on this issue, and it's our hope that budget 2023 will actually see the the launch of the permanent transit fund happen in the coming year, and a substantive amount of dollars being accessible. And so I'm wondering how we factored that in and how that will potentially impact this budget.
So through the chair, our approach with respect to senior government funding for transit is probably best described as, we've used the funding available in the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, ISIP or IKIP, depending which acronym you like. As my colleague Cheryl Braun mentioned, We've submitted applications for the remaining $200 million or so that's available for the region through that program, focusing predominantly on projects that aren't eligible for funding under the Zero Emission Transit Fund. So the idea is we maximize the 73% funding that's available under IKIP for non-zero emission zero emission bus projects, knowing that the zero emission transit fund, we have access to approximately 50% of the cost of future electric vehicles. So we've done that to try to maximize the benefit of that available funding. Certainly, with respect to the next round of federal funding, we participated in the consultations that the federal government undertook last year. We're, waiting with great interest to see what that permanent fund will look like. And once we have those details, we'll report back to council on how we can best access and use that funding over the next 10 years.
But Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm not sure that you really answered my question there in full, because what I want to understand is how that will potentially impact the budget starting in 2023. So in other words, have you counted on federal money continuing to be able to be used? Or if we get a new chunk of money coming, will that actually help our situation in terms of transit in 2023, which would then alleviate some of the concerns that we have around, potential fare increases, route cuts, and so on?
So through the chair, it's probably closer to the latter. Not knowing the terms and conditions and eligibility requirements around a program that has not yet been announced, we've not incorporated additional funding over and above what we know what's available through IKIP and the Zero Emission Transit Fund. So a new federal funding program could be extremely helpful for us in terms of the funding of future transit capital investments. It likely has very little impact on a fare increase decision for 2023.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton, we're on a second round of questioning.
Thank you. No, this is my first round for this, isn't it? I don't remember. It's run so long. So staff, we're not attacking or we're not ripping apart what you're saying. What we're doing is we're listening to what you provide for us, which is the facts. All right, and that's your job. You're not supposed to take into other things. You just provide the facts based upon our procedural bylaws and everything else. We're supposed to look at the whole picture. So again, talking about, and this is my second time. So talking about the income again and the threshold. If there's a threshold that's very low below that of a family, I will be asking that we can waive the charges or the fees for that family. So we have one threshold, but that threshold may in some situations be very high compared to what other people are living at. And that's what I'd like to waive the threshold of the fees for. Thank you.
Question. Councillor Huenick.
Through you, Chair. In our previous meeting, Commissioner Gotsky noted that the advantage of the U-Pass is the volume of students that subscribe and the volume that's guaranteed to the region. And so I see that, and I want to echo the comments of Councillor Deutschman and Councillor McCabe that if we raise transit fares, we could potentially be losing revenue. Conversely, if we made citywide bus passes equitable to the U-Pass, such as approximately $450 a year, we could potentially gain revenue because more of the population, substantially more, could and would subscribe to transit.
Just through the chair, so I mean the U-Pass is, it's a forced program where all students are forced to pay. I mean, they vote on the referendum, but then they all pay and they all get the benefit. So that's the volume effect. So the equivalent would be to say, well, everybody, and whether it's through the tax dollars or everybody buys an affordable pass, and then we can lower the pass. So just the comparison there, the U-Pass is really about committing the entire student body to buying whether they're using transit or not, or whether they're high users or occasional users, they all pay the same thing through their fees. So that would be kind of, that's equivalent to kind of subsidizing it through tax dollars, but we're forcing them, and we're forcing them to have a benefit of a very affordable fare for what they use the transit system. So it's not, I don't think we would, I mean, that we could consider that. That's a model that we've been considering for, I would say, for corporations, for example. If we do, and that's something we're investigating this year, to have partnerships with companies which would, for example, force all of their employees, or as part of their benefits package, pay for everyone to have a monthly, some monthly pass. So everybody would pay, and then they would use it as they wish, depending on their personal circumstance. But it's kind of like a benefit. But it's not really applicable to individual households where we want to keep, all of our monthly passes are, you can opt in or opt out. If you go to work, if you travel, I mean, everybody optimizes on their own decision, but it's not a forced monthly pass on everyone.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you very much, through you, Chairman. Thank you to all of my colleagues who are asking a lot of the questions I had, so I just have one left. And it was just if staff, when you guys are looking at operational adjustments, could potentially consider, I know the Golden Triangle Sikh Temple on Snyder's Road East had come to me about the fact that they have a stop when you're going out of Kitchener into Wilmot, but not a return stop going the opposite direction. So they can get out to Temple if they're coming from Kitchener, but they can't go back into Kitchener from Temple, and this is causing a big problem, including a lot of people walking down the road. So if we could possibly consider looking at having a stop so that they can get back into town after going to Temple, that would be great. And potentially they also wanted a Sunday service. If you could also possibly look into that when you guys come back with some updates on this. Thanks.
Councillor Deutschman? It was just a bit of I took it as a request, and there was a nod or an acknowledgement there, so.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, what is the status of the transit proposal from Rick Chambers with respect to seniors and students?
So through the chair, I reached out to Rick Chambers. I know he sent me some additional information just this morning, so I was not able to read it through completely and get all the latest information. I think that on the use side of things, I think the recommendation has been laid out in the slide to say, let's look at that as part of the business plan. And there's we understand that I would say the existing family pass may be a product that's difficult to access or not easy to activate for families. So we'll examine that and be able to evaluate the revenue impact and the service impacts of this proposal, and we'll bring that back to council. On the senior side of things, our recommendation is to focus the effort on the travel training or ride-a-bus to lower that barrier to access of the service. But we're not recommending to provide a free day for seniors, given the fact that there are some elements that I had brought last week about the fact that this is not the segment of the population that has most of the affordability issues. Those who are eligible for the Affordable Transit Program can apply to this, and we'll help them, and we'll do more outreach so that they can apply if they're eligible. But the $100,000 of a free day for seniors every week is, from our kind of service standpoint, better reinvested in service and getting more ridership through that.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to clarify what just occurred. So a proposal came from the community. It was the direction of council, not a motion. We were asked to make it a direction. We made a direction of council. And the expectation I would have had was that staff would come back and say, this is the cost of doing this. Is that still the intent? Just so I'm clear, I wasn't clear, sorry, from your answer.
Through the chair. So just back on one of the slides, I think on the senior side of things, because that was something that was studied previously. So we did provide the estimated revenue loss for a free off-peak seniors fare 1 day per week is $110,000.
Which slide is that?
That's in slide 52.
Pardon?
52. Yeah, it's repeated on 53.
Okay.
So that, because that was evidence that was available before, because that was something that had been considered a year ago. With respect to youth, where we don't have the same level of information, that's a piece that we'd like to investigate so that we can bring council back a cost estimate of what that would represent and a ridership impact.
Mr. Chair, with respect.
I know Craig wants to just follow up.
Okay, great.
Yeah, if I may add through the chair, thank you. Lots of really good conversation and questions about transit, about fares today. I think, my suggestion would be we've been tracking all of the questions that have been asked, all the information that's been requested, and I would recommend that we bring that back as a briefing note to Budget Committee at your meeting on February the 8th.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity, we have a specific proposal that was submitted. The expectation is that specific proposal would be reviewed by staff, costed, and brought back to us so that we could take a look at it. I know other councillors were very interested in what was being proposed there. I don't think I saw the answer, or I saw a comment in that slide about the seniors, but I didn't take that to be the response to the community proposal that was put forward by Councillor McCabe and myself. So I would expect a separate report on that issue. If I'm wrong, then I'll put a motion to council, and then council can decide, but we decided it was going to be a direction, and I assumed from that direction that it would be reviewed and presented back to us. I took that as a good faith response that we would get on this issue.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, that's exactly what we'll report back on February the 8th.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a bad habit of pushing all the wrong buttons. So this is my first question. And it has to deal with the Cambridge to Union Go Rail study. What in particular is this particular study? Is it the one that was suggested about going up through Guelph to Union Station? Is that the one you're talking about?
Through the chair, yes, that's my. Yes.
So it's up through Guelph, is it?
I think we're, and let me take that back to the team because I'm not completely sure. I haven't seen the full terms of reference for it, but I can bring that back to you. But my understanding is Cambridge to Guelph to Union.
So I think, Mr. Chair, why has this taken 4 years? I mean, this was brought to council 5 years ago about a possible alternative. So why are we now, 5 years later, looking at a study? I mean, this should have been completed by now. So I'd like to get an answer back at some point on that, okay?
Noted. Sorry, Councillor, sorry, CIO Lochner.
Yeah, well, through you, Mr. Chair, we'll provide a more comprehensive answer, but the short version is Metrolink's timetable. And Metrolink spent a lot of time focusing on Toronto and then expanded out. And whether it's the issue of all-day two-way go, or this, or alternative proposals, Metrolinx has just started to turn their attention, despite pleas from my predecessor, you and others on council and me. But we do have their full attention now, and they're starting to move on this.
So when can I expect this study to be done?
I think we have to get that information and bring it back to council from Metrolinx. So we'll commit to doing that.
Okay. I'll have more to say about this, Mr. Chair, not at this particular point.
Yep.
My second question, if I may, and this is the last one for this particular area, is there was a commentary about a bridge over Highway 78. What's the criterion to build a pedestrian bridge over something?
Through the chair, I don't know about the specific criteria, but I know this key project is really about serving a neighborhood that is not served by transit to enable them by crossing over to access transit routes. So it's a very specific kind of pedestrian access to transit project that has been initiated.
So if we can build a bridge over a highway, we can build one over a river too, to connect communities.
Likely.
Thank you.
Mr. Dyer. Mr. Dyer, I want to chime in on this one too.
Just to say, Mr. Chair, that if I recall correctly, this is a project for which the tender was awarded late last year. Construction will be underway and is if I recall, one of the projects that we've applied for funding for under the IKIP program.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. This is a great conversation. I just want to give a shout out to Councillor Vrbanovich and the work that FCM is doing in saying that that also underscores the expense of expansion. So I think if those dollars do come through as we all hope and we are advocating that they do, that it will really help as we expand our transit system. I'm really impressed with the depth of information that GRT has. And one of the questions that occurs to me when people are trying to find different combinations and different demonstrations about how we can reduce fares, do the current fare reductions have waiting lists? Do they have cutoff points? Do we know that there are people, because there's assumption made that when you're on a low socioeconomic scale or you're looking for equity for another reason, this may impact you. Do we have that kind of data that supports a reason not to increase fare?
Through the chair, I think we have a lot of data. Today we are relying, and we'll be happy when we'll have more detailed census data from 2021, because we know the pandemic has also taken a toll on a number of our residents, and I would say that the 2021 data is something that we have a few I would say limited elements today that we're relying on. The rest of it is really data from 2016, from the 2016 census. So we have some data points and we're trying to adjust for that. But I think that we need to have a bit of a more fulsome update to take into account also the impact of the pandemic on the residents.
And if I can be allowed and I guess this is more a comment, well, I guess it's sort of a question, but to Councillor Solinen's question about the transit to the temple, I know that that's something that's been requested for several years. Would something like a dial-up bus, how do we decide when that is warranted, if that is maybe a way to provide that kind of service on specific days? Is that something that your department, Matthew, would look at, or that transit would take under consideration?
Through the chair, so we look at alternatives, and I think and they're part of the rural transit study that we want to bring forward also is acknowledging that some of the fixed route models that we have and that are predominant, they're not the best way to serve residents and communities that are where there may be multiple settlements and facilities, and key facilities are not necessarily located in a very centralized way, like in an urban area. So I think that's really also an alternative service provision model that we want to look like to be able to serve these different these communities in a more effective way. But in the meantime, I think we do regular review of bus routes and adjust depending on key facilities, whether they're religious edifices or employment areas. So these routes get adjusted on a regular basis to match the needs of the customers. So we can also review it as part of our regular kind of bus route revision.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor Leggett, and then we are going to take a break because we're well over 40 minutes from that. If it's okay with the councillors that have follow-up questions, if we can go right into our next presentation with Commissioner Sweeney, and then there's the EMS presentation after that. If there's a balance of questions left over, we can go to that then, knowing that we've got a lot of things on our agenda. I'm hoping that that's fine. So, Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I'd just like some reassurance that I had approached staff earlier, I think last month, about the Sikh temple on Franklin Boulevard, the lack of shelter and bus stop for them there. And I just want to make sure that's still in the budget. And I understand that the route will take them up and away from the temple and then come back and drop them off and pick them up. So that's still ongoing, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, and we'll bring back to council the details on all the routes in Cambridge that are being adjusted. But that particular route, yes, that's part of the Cambridge network redesign that is included in the budget proposal.
And they'll be getting a bus shelter there as well?
Through the chair, I think we can look into that. I think that I'm not sure there are sidewalks on that side. No, I mean, we'll have to look at it more comprehensively, but as we modify the route, we'll adjust the shelters to make sure that the where we have a lot of customers, that they can have a shelter to protect them while they wait for their bus.
Okay, thank you.
Just before we break, I know there's a quick request for information, Councillor Verbanovic.
Thanks very much, Chair Harris. Just very quickly, since the temple issue got brought up, the Brahmarishi mission of Canada, the Hindu temple, which, as you know, I mean, we've seen massive increases in population locally, are looking to see some transit service come. Right now, the closest it comes is 850 meters away. There's, I think, a relatively easy fix to this. But I would like that looked at for budget day with staff, as well as the input from or the request from the museum for us to consider free rides for students going to any of our museums in the region in September, October, January, and February. And so I'd like that to come back for budget day.
Okay, it's 3:42. We will come back at 3:52, and we'll move into Mr. Sweeney. 3:52. meeting I seem like, yeah, that's fine. Every meeting I seem like I learned something new as chair, and one thing I learned today, and it's something I can pass along to others perhaps, is that if the chair recognizes you as a speaker, councillor, you actually don't even need to say through you, the chair, blah, blah, blah. You can go right to your question because the chair's already recognized you. So we can just skip that part and go right. So when I call your name, you can forget the through you to the chair's business and go right to your question to whoever. So
It's 2023.
we're going to modernize the way we do things because that's somewhat perhaps traditional, but we're going to modernize it here for now. At least at the meetings I chair. So I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Sweeney. Commissioner Sweeney.
Hi, good afternoon, Regional Council. I'll just wait till the slide deck comes up. Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to report to Regional Council on a portion of our proposed 2023 budget along the strategic focus of healthy, safe communities. I'm going to talk specifically about some of our goals and strategies related to our housing and homelessness plan. My colleague Cheryl will walk through some of the hard math on some of that, and then my colleague Shuli will pick it up from there and discuss some work related to paramedic services. Before I jump into the specifics of housing and homelessness, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge once again that our community, much like many communities around the world, are still in the midst of dealing with the fallout and the outcomes of COVID-19. We are seeing across our community people who continue to struggle. We see systems that are under strain. Our health system is under strain. Our mental health and addiction system is under strain. Our social services are under strain. And the people who serve those who are most vulnerable in this community are also under strain. That stress is felt by our staff. That stress is felt by our community partners who day in and day out are working to support those who need us the most. If I could just move on to the next slide, please. As I walk through, and I'll try to be brief and succinct in this section to perhaps give the chair a chance to get caught up on his timing. You know, when I think about the work that we're doing, I'd like to focus on three specific buckets. And the first is the work that we're doing to support the unsheltered community here in Waterloo region. And my comment here would be the goal for this part of the housing and homelessness plan is to give us the opportunity to the best of our ability with our partners to stabilize the system, to provide as much stabilizations to those people who need it, and to give us the opportunity to implement the interim housing plan that the council approved back in the summer, which included a number of additional investments and new investments to give us an opportunity to add to our toolkit. In addition to the interim housing plan, we also sought and received your support for staff to embark on a community-based development of a plan to end chronic homelessness across Waterloo region. In 2023, that will be a major focus of our work as a staff team and our partnership with the community. Our goal, to the greatest extent possible, is to provide the opportunity for more people to move from being unsheltered into a system of permanent supportive housing. The notion that we are putting forward here today is that this work continues to be a top priority. It continues to be a crisis in this community, and it requires priority setting, which this council has already done and our staff team is putting forward. I want to just make a note that on this slide here, once again, to acknowledge that The downward pressures on funding are significant with the ending of the SSRF funding. Cheryl will talk a little bit about, and has already, Craig alluded to, how we're going to address some of that. The challenge is that in Waterloo Region alone, chronic homelessness has increased 88% over the last couple of years. Funding came along through the pandemic, and now that funding is starting to dry up, and yet the challenge before us is not receding. Have the next slide, please. We often, at least in the recent past, have focused a number of our conversations, both at a staff, community, and a council level, on supporting the unsheltered community. But I would also want to take a moment here to acknowledge the significant amount of work that is underway, that is continuously being prioritized by staff and community to support the development of more affordable housing in this community, more rent-based income housing in this community, and also the significant effort and requirement of investment of funds, time, and energy into the maintenance and the upkeep of our existing affordable housing stock, whether that resides in our Waterloo Regional Housing portfolio or the thousands of units that we support through co-ops and nonprofits across this community. On this particular slide, I'd like to point out and remind Council that there is a master planning, or there's a master plan, building better futures, that's in existence. The goal, as most of you will know, is to add 2,500 affordable units over 5 years. As of the end of 2022, you can see we're at about just over 1,100 of those. The 2023 capital budget has a plan that we will add approximately about another 500. So by the end of 2023, we will be anywhere between 1,500 and 1,600 towards that 2,500 goal. I do want to point out, though, and Cheryl will talk a little bit about the financial impact of this as well, is we do, Craig alluded to the challenges on our capital budget. So if we are going to ease our capital pressures over the next 5 to 7 years, by delaying some of our Waterloo Regional housing, it would require us to acknowledge that 2,500 goal would be pushed to 7 years as opposed to 5 years. So I just want to make sure that that's there for your information. And again, Cheryl and Craig can talk a little bit about when we would come back to that. And then if I could just go to one more slide, please. And so here's, I'm not going to go through all of these numbers, but there's a lot there. And I guess this is a bit of a snapshot on the system. And so you will often hear me talk about, and staff talk about, the system that we're trying to support. And so you can see a significant number of both Waterloo Regional Housing, or WRH, that we refer, and our subsidized housing units. So almost 7,000 across Waterloo Region. All of these units are ones that are either in assets that we own as a region and are responsible for the maintenance and capital upkeep, or we're working with nonprofits and co-ops who, while they're outside of our asset base, have the exact same challenges. And so a significant body of work for regional staff and the resources that we have in 2023 will be dedicated to ensuring that we're doing everything we can to ensure that the units that we own and the units that we support are ones that we can all be proud of. If we move down through that graph, you can see the emergency shelter spaces. We've broken out sort of what we would talk about our base in the additional units that we're adding through the interim housing plan. That would be the addition of the House of Friendship, our hybrid emergency shelter, and others. You can see we're adding in supportive housing spaces, including home-based support. So those are rent supplements. and moving through, and then you can see that there's affordable housing units in 2023 is at 457. I would say, I think I need to clarify this, that that should be affordable housing units added, as they may not all be physically constructed. They could include rent-based supports as well. And if I could just move on to the last slide, that I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Cheryl. I just want to point out a trend here. And so you can see, we talk about housing and homelessness. And, you know, we're dealing with a two-pronged challenge. One, we do not have enough affordable rent geared to income, supportive housing, transitional housing units in this community. And we have an increasing degree of chronic homelessness, which we then layer in significant system challenges around mental health and addictions. And so we're trying to solve two problems at one time, and hence why I appreciate the support and the wisdom of council to allow us and give us the time and the space to implement an interim housing solution, and that word interim is meant to be just that, and also the time and space to develop a plan to not only add enough affordable and supportive housing units this community needs, but to also to end chronic homelessness in Waterloo Region. And so you can see that the 2023 budget, if you look at the ratio between homelessness programs and housing back to 2019 and how that has shifted, those dollars have come primarily through pandemic resources, and also an acknowledgement that chronic homelessness is going in the wrong direction in this community. That 2-to-1 ratio is one that would suggest that I believe we have a challenge, and our goal should actually be to reverse this trend. Every dollar that we spend on supporting the unsheltered community is a dollar we don't have to actually shelter people, and we have to start shifting that those resources and that narrative, and that's the goal of 2023, is to start that process. So with that, I'll hand it over to my colleague Cheryl to walk you through some of the dollars and cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Maybe I'll just ask for the next slide, please. So similar to the transit budget, we do have a graph that outlines the increases for the housing and homelessness 2023 operating budget. All told, the levy for those two programs is increasing about $13.7 million. So starting off, the biggest component obviously is what my colleague Peter has alluded to, the interim housing strategy. You'll recall back in June that staff brought, it was August, staff brought forward a report requesting resources to implement an interim housing strategy. At the time, the cost was estimated to be about $10.3 million, I believe. But we've taken a look at the resources that we can actually implement in 2023. So a portion of that 10.3 is being implemented in 2023 to the tune of $8.2 million. Other homelessness programs are going up due to inflation, as we've already discussed, about $1 million. And then the removal of federal and provincial funding is adding additional pressure to the tune of about $6.4 million. So homelessness programs are actually going up about $15.6 million in 2023. And without any other sources of funding, that would be funded by the property tax levy. We do have some unallocated one-time provincial funding related to COVID that we are recommending be used to phase in those impacts over 2023 and 2024. That's that $7 million in funding that's bringing it down again. And so all told, the net impact for homelessness programs, is about $8 million in 23. Switching over to housing, there is the most significant budget pressure in housing relates to Waterloo Region housing operating costs. So that would be the utilities, janitorial, security, some life cycle costs. All those costs have gone up significantly in the WRH operating budget at a cost of about $4.7 million. Offsetting that a little bit is some modest increases in WRH rents of almost $1 million. So, combining all that together, again, the increase for housing and homelessness operating budgets in 23 is about $14 million. Next slide, please. Switching over to capital, the housing 10-year capital program has quite significant investments contemplated in it. Almost $750 million, $740 million to be more precise. The housing master plan, which I think a couple of years ago was in the range of about $270 million, has almost doubled, and the cost of it now is estimated to be over $500 million, $515 million. There's also contemplated in the 10-year forecast some renewal works that need to be undertaken in the program, as well as some flow-through funding from the federal and provincial governments for capital investments in the housing stock. So that the left-hand side of the graph is the expenditure side. The right-hand side explains how we propose to fund all those expenditures. You'll note that housing is not an eligible DC service, so there is no DC funding available to undertake the master plan and expand growth in that system. So we will have to look to either property taxes or any grants and subsidies that we can secure from senior levels of government. In this case, CMA, and I have another slide kind of getting into more details on the master plan funding, so I'll park that comment for the moment. But you'll see that we are also debt-free in terms of renewal works in housing, which is, again, speaking to the success of our capital asset renewal funding strategy. Next slide, please. Just focusing in on a little bit more detail on our Waterloo Region Housing Master Plan projects. There's 6 projects contemplated in the 10-year forecast. I think 3 of them are either underway or just about to be underway. That's those first 3 in this table. You'll note that there's a significant amount of debt that's required to complete the master plan because, again, we don't have DC funding and we don't have sufficient reserves to pay for this. So we're going to have to debt finance a lot of this expansion, contemplating at least in the 23 capital program, an additional $429 million in debt. The other one thing I will note is that we have been able to secure some Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation funding for the Kings Court project. The funding that we are receiving is roughly about $75,000 per unit. So that's what we've incorporated into the capital program. We've used a similar assumption for the rest of the projects, and we realize that there is a bit of a risk for this assumption because current offerings under the program are in the range of $25,000 per unit. So what we're suggesting here is that, if that funding doesn't materialize to the level that we have assumed in the capital program, we would bring the matter back to council for a policy decision before those tenders are issued. And as my colleague Peter had noted, the master plan, given the magnitude of the master plan and the amount of debt that we would need to issue to complete these projects, as well as the staff capacity to complete this order of magnitude of projects, we felt that in order to keep the capital program sustainable and achievable, we would just spread the costs out and the construction timeline out over 7 years rather than 5. Next slide, please. I think I already mentioned what I wanted to say about Waterloo Region Housing Renewal. and that is that there is no debt contemplated for life cycle projects. We've been, a few years ago, we introduced the capital asset renewal funding strategy, which provides for a provision from our operating budget going right into a capital reserve, and then we draw on those reserves for life cycle works, and this graph speaks to the success of that strategy. So life cycle reserve is largely funding our renewal program. We do have a little bit of a draw from the housing reserve just because we didn't want to have to put $5 million worth of debt in the forecast. But, you know, as we implement the strategy further, we just swap that out for life cycle. And then we do have a little bit of grant and grant money coming from senior levels of government for some renovation type programs. And I believe at this point I am turning it back over to, oh no, I'm turning it to Ellen or Craig.
So our Director of Facilities and Fleet Management, Ellen McGagey, has joined us to just quickly run through this slide, which speaks to the management of the overall housing and homelessness portfolio. Thank you for joining us, Ellen.
Thank you, Craig. And the comments that I have here are mostly related to the slides that Cheryl has just walked through, and just talking about how facilities management supports housing and homelessness by managing the Waterloo Region housing portfolio of buildings and providing critical services to meet the challenge of homelessness. So that when we talk about that, it's things like the design and construction project management for the Waterloo Region housing master plan projects that Cheryl mentioned in the previous slide, as well as prioritized asset management plan that spans 30 years for the thousands of assets that are within the Waterloo Region housing buildings. That leads to the capital renewal plan, and we have 9 FTEs dedicated to delivering that, which is developed through regular building condition assessments. Over 2019 to 2023, that included $15 million on roofs, bathrooms, and kitchens. And in the coming years, there's approximately $20 million planned for windows, roofs, elevators, kitchens, bathrooms throughout the portfolio. We also manage the Waterloo Region maintenance operating budget. So 23, that's projected to be $36 million, and we have 16 FTEs dedicated to providing that service. So that's ongoing preventative maintenance to the buildings, management of service contracts, such as cleaning, security, snow removal, refurbishment of units, and any tenant requests for repairs. And that is approximately 13,000 work orders per year. And interestingly, that's as much as all the rest of the region's building combined. We also provide service contract and staff supports for encampments, shelters, and transitional housing as required. So it's a very collaborative approach, ensuring that resident needs are met in a safe, welcoming environment, working very closely with our colleagues in housing to identify and address ever-changing needs. Thank you.
Now I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Chief Patendra to go over the paramedic services investments. Thank you.
Prior to that, I think Craig's going to jump in.
If I may just jump in for a minute. So that concludes the portion relating to housing and homelessness. If there are questions or discussion about that piece, it would be appropriate to do that now, and then we'll turn to the paramedic services to complete the order of business for today.
Councillor James.
It's related to the previous.
I figured that may have been.
Yeah. Myself,
So-
I think Councillor Williams can do it now or wait till after. You let me know.
Yes, let's maybe hold because we may run over on this one
Yeah.
as well, who knows? So let's hold that off until the end if you've got that question written down. So
Perfect.
Questions for Commissioner Sweeney's presentation. Councillor Craig.
Well, Mr. Chairman, mine, not so much a question, but it seems to me that, we're falling somewhat behind with regards to the needs of the regional community and the ability to fund it. And I'm just wondering if we should not start strategizing in terms of our MPs and MPPs and getting them in here to sit down, have a discussion with us and make them aware that this is their problem also. I don't think they take ownership whatsoever in terms of the enormity and in terms of the impact. And I think as a regional council, we should be looking at that down the road and trying to try another tack, because sending memos or statements or resolutions don't go anywhere. We all know that. I think we have to get them in here sitting down with us in an open session, not a caucus session. So just a comment, Mr. Chair, because I think it's you look at all of this and you realize that just the impact that's taking place in our community, okay, that's very negative in some respects, and we're trying to squeeze the property taxpayer to pay for some of this, or most of it, in some regard, and it's becoming impossible.
Noted. I'll leave that on the agenda as a Senate item, perhaps. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. It's probably further to Councillor Craig's comment, and I'm wondering if staff have the comparative data for both our shelters and our homeless facilities. Clearly, we're not meeting the need, but I would be really interested to know how we stack up vis-a-vis Hamilton, Durham, Ottawa, Toronto. I think that as we go forward to other levels of government, I think that the investment we're making in how much we're doing, albeit not enough, and there are still gaps, would be really important. So I don't know if we have that kind of data, but if we could, and if we could amass it, I think it would really help with our advocacy.
Thank you. I don't have that data at my fingertips. I assume in some form it exists, and it's something we can certainly look to acquire.
Councillor Wolf.
I guess this is, I'm not sure if it's to Peter or not, but when we looked at your timeline for building the affordable housing, the 2,500 units, you're stretching it from 5 years to 7 years. And if affordable housing is basically, I think we agree, one of our number one needs, should we be looking at other capital projects to maybe delay rather than affordable housing?
I'll give that one a try, and through the chair, I think this is part of the discussion that we would like to have with Budget Committee when we meet on February 1st to review the capital program. I think the significant challenge that we're experiencing, let's say with respect to the Waterloo Region Housing Master Plan, is partly about cost escalation and significant cost escalation, and partly about an additional project and units that were added to the plan. And I think, when we combine this with everything else that we're doing, it creates an extremely challenging situation in terms of our debt issuance, the overall amount of debt that we'll have outstanding, and the impact on the operating budget. Because, of course, as we've talked about before, when we build capital and debt finance, we have operating costs, we have maintenance costs, we have renewal costs, and we have the debt servicing costs associated with building it in the first place. So I think we can come back with some additional information on what has changed in the Waterloo Region Housing Master Plan, and how this fits into the broader context of the region's capital budget when we reconvene on February 1st.
Okay. Kind of another question, or? Okay.
Sure, follow up.
Okay. From what you've said, that it sounded like a significant part of your budget is actually provincial or federal responsibility. What do you think of the Mayor of Guelph's idea to make this transparent on the tax bill?
It's a challenging question for me to answer rather. I think, I certainly understand what the Mayor Guelph is looking to do. I think, what what we'll bring back for this committee, I think, is two things. One is there are a number of services that the region has responsibility for that should not be funded by the property tax at all. We know what those are, and it's very easy to add up the financial impact of how much of the region's budget and tax levy goes towards those programs that really should be funded by provincial and federal revenue sources and not the property tax. It's a very easy one to do, and we'll bring that back certainly for Budget Committee next time we meet. The second approach is for us to look at areas where we believe the province has not met their stated obligation under a cost-sharing model. And that exists, I think, in at least a couple of places. Homelessness, certainly. Public health would be another one, and there may be others as well. So, we intend to bring that information back for the committee. And I think, to the earlier comments, there is absolutely an advocacy needed here, both, I think, to the provincial government and to the federal government. Just looking back at the slides that Peter and Cheryl presented, there's two issues right in there of great significance. One is the expiring Social Services Relief Fund. The costs associated with the different service model for homelessness are not going away. And this is not the time for the provincial government to discontinue that very important funding stream. And the other, from a federal perspective, is CMHC funding for new builds for affordable housing. If future projects are going to be funded at $25,000 a unit, that was the original number that was used 20 years ago when these programs started. It is absolutely not. It's not a sustainable amount, and the expectation that the property taxpayer has, virtually all the responsibility to fund the cost of affordable housing is absolutely not appropriate. And that's where I think advocacy from this council would be absolutely essential.
Councillor
Thank you.
Deutschman. And then Leggett.
I was just noting, I think Hamilton's suing the Ontario government over Bill 23. That's not my question. Just an observation. Is the 2,500 homes in 5 years, was that the original plan of council? Approved by council, 2,500 over 5?
Yes, it was.
So council passed a motion and approved that?
I'm trying to recall if there was a specific motion, but it was certainly approved as part of the plan and budget.
Okay. And the suggestion of pushing the 2,500 out over 7 years is because of the 75,000 versus 25,000 funding issue, or why is it being pushed out over 7?
I would say for two reasons. One is the significant increase in the capital costs. One is the significant increase in the construction costs for the projects in question. The second is the addition of an additional project and additional units, which have also added to the cost. So that, along with adjustments to the funding available from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, means that there's a $500 million investment, of which over 80% of it needs to be debt financed by the region in order for that build to happen.
So in order to make this change from 2,500 over 5 to 2,500 over 7, I think council should have a full report on this issue, and council decides whether they're going to go from 5 to 7 based on the sort of detailed information you just provided.
Well, certainly being part of the budget that council approves, then that's absolutely what would happen.
Yeah, because you're suggesting there's some cost issues, and we certainly want to see that. But as Councillor Wolf mentioned or suggested it, and I put a slogan to that, it's roads versus houses. And I think that that's something that we should have to give serious consideration to here and decide as a council whether there are good reasons to push it off. over 7 years or maintain over 5 years because of the urgency of this situation. So I look forward to getting more information on that in order to make a informed decision about moving that from 5 years to 7 years. Thank you.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Chair Harris. When I did my ask to the province the other day, to the Minister of Finance with regards to the upcoming budget and what we would like to see in it, I'm hoping that the region had input in that as well. But my big ask was for a revenue stream similar to the license plate stickers that they did away with, which was $1 billion a year, $5 billion over 5 years. And that would have been a perfect revenue stream to go towards the problems that we have with housing, addictions, and mental health. So I asked them to create a new stream that is dedicated strictly to that in order for us to stop the bleed from our own budget. Thing that Mayor Guthrie has put that forward to his own council to do the same thing, but off of their local taxpayers. But I disagree with that direction because we would be letting the province off again from their responsibilities by putting it on our local taxpayers. So if the region has not asked for something through the budget, there still is time for the written submissions. I think it's Feb 12th or 13th we have, I think, to do that. I would like to see the region follow up, create that same request that I did, that they create a new revenue stream that is dedicated solely to this throughout the province that we could ask for part of as the distribution throughout the province. Is that possible? Did we do that already? Put in our submission?
Leggett, I'll turn this over to Chair Redmond, as I know she'll want to chime in as a letter has gone, as it has in the past, typically.
So, Councillor Leggett, we too made a delegation, as did the 4 township mayors and the 2 other urban mayors. So it wasn't specifically about that source of income, but it certainly did echo your concerns about investment in affordable housing. And I know Councillor Vrbanovich did the same thing and Councillor McCabe did. So it was a very consistent, unified message to the minister, and we will be following up with a written brief.
Follow up, please.
Sure, go ahead.
So, as was stated here earlier, we keep going round and round and round saying what our needs are, that we need more funding for this type of thing. And we all know that mental health and addiction just adds more and more to our homeless issue. So I asked directly for a revenue stream rather than us just having that same circular conversation over and over again and them ignoring us. If you haven't done your written submission yet as a follow-up, would it be possible for us to ask for a new revenue stream to be created provincially in order to achieve this in a much quicker fashion? Because $5 billion over 5 years would solve a lot of the problems that we have.
Thank you. Councillor James. Councillor James, you're up.
It's related to the transportation.
Oh, you're still on there for
Keep
transportation.
rolling.
Do we have any other questions? Yeah, you've got Councillor Vrbanovich. Councillor James and Williams, I promise we'll get to you. But I got Councillor Vrbanovich next. Is that still transit related as well?
No.
No. Okay, you're up, Councillor Vrbanovich.
No, it's actually the.
I got you on there too, Councillor.
It's the conversation that we've been having, and I think there's no question in my mind that the provincial and federal government need to step up more on this issue, and that it's extremely important. I will add to Chair Redmond's comments. She was the first one out of the gate yesterday in terms of the budget consultation with the provincial government. And as has been pointed out, all 3 urban and all 4 rural presentations all focused on this issue. there was a unified message. So if there's sort of any thought that there's an advocacy happening in this regard, it's the last thing that it's the farthest from the truth. I can tell you that I'd be hard pressed to identify a minister or an MP or an MPP that I've sat down with in the last year, quite frankly, where this has not been one of the items that I've raised, and I suspect the same is true of my other colleagues when they do that. At the same time, I think, while there's no question that more money needs to come forward, I think we also need to acknowledge that we have made some progress. And tomorrow, as we know, we're going to be attending the opening of shelter care in Waterloo. And that was something that certainly came through a lot of advocacy efforts from this council, this region, the city of Waterloo, the House of Friendship, and others. And so we also need to acknowledge where progress has been made. I would always be cautious about suggesting that somehow, trying to shame our colleagues at the other orders of government is the way to get things done. It, quite frankly, doesn't work. I think we need to be cautious in terms of that approach.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to staff for the presentation and for the diligence in working on what seems to be like pushing a string uphill and trying to solve this problem with limited funding. I'd like to make sure we get some adequate information on the building better futures strategy of 2,500 homes in 5 years and stretching that out to 7. That's been the cornerstone, I think, of our strategy since Council approved it in 21. And part of that strategy was not only for the region setting a significant goal, but also with our community partners, that they could do some planning on knowing what the region's goals were for the next 5 years and how they could plan for their own individual projects and funding. And so I don't want us to lose sight of how we communicated this to our community partners, that they would be able to be part of this strategy as well. All of us that knocked on doors, and whether you knocked on a door or you didn't, affordable housing is the issue in our community, and it's a crisis. And I'm not sure if we solve it by pushing it out another 2 years. The last time I checked getting any work done, it's not getting any cheaper. So by pushing it off 2 years, the cost is going to be more significant. And so I really want us to look at that. And, if we're going to have to start putting some capital projects off, I'm not sure housing is one of them that the community would value or that I could support. So I'm looking forward to that coming back and seeing what the impact is of I have no reservations that, given what staff have been doing, we're going to be able to do the 2,500 homes, 500 a year. But what is that going to mean for 24? Are we only going to be able to do 300? Or we're going to be able to do 300 the following year? And so what the impact of that is, and the significant need in the community, and the expectations that we build up with our community partners. Thank you.
No question there. Councillor Foxton.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have to agree with Councillor Ivanovic. I have to agree with Councillor Erb. And I have to agree with Councillor Deutschman. There is a lot of projects on the books. A lot of roads ones, such as roundabouts in certain areas that we could possibly defer to offset the cost of these things. Sorry, Matthew. And so things that we can look at the capital forecast and say, okay, can we slide these out versus the others to cover this? Because this is a need. And Councillor Leggett, I can't support asking the province to do another funding stream because I don't think we'd ever see the money. I'm sorry, I think it would go to Toronto. I really don't think it would filter down to us. So I trust the province would do that for us. If they could, I'd be all the way behind it. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Craig.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just want to reply to some of the comments, if I may. I want to make it very clear. I'm not trying to shame the upper levels of government. I'm trying to get them involved in what's going on because I don't think they really understand what's happening down here. And I don't think we should be afraid to step out and to put on the table that we need to all work together and all of us own the problem. If we're not prepared to do that, next year in budget, we'll be complaining about the same thing. It's going to continue unless we decide to do something about it. I understand Mayor Vivanovich's point of view, good colleague of mine over the years, but I'm not, I think that we need to address this issue publicly. And we need help. The local taxpayer is the loser unless we're determined to take some steps that in uncharted areas that we haven't done before. I think it's essential.
Councillor Deutschmann.
The little X.
So I won't say through you, Mr. Chair, but I'll say thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chair. Two things. One, the first one on the FTEs, I was surprised to see that number of people, but I understand, I'm guessing that we've got a big problem with respect to maintenance in our housing stock. And I don't know if there's a report that is available for us to take a look at, because when I see, for example, 16 FTEs, it's significant, but 13,000 plus work orders per year. And I know last council had a gentleman from Cambridge come and present who was a neighbor to one of the facilities. And I know Councillor Craig told me about his canvassing experience in that facility as well. And that's one of many. So I'm happy to see that there's work happening on this. It's crucial to make sure that people, the people are living in safe, secure, and respected homes. And that's so crucial. So I guess it's more of a comment than a question. On the question, though, I would like to know what is the status of the one roof request with respect to that, and I'm hoping that staff is coming back with some suggestions to assist with respect to this area, because as we've noted, they've had an increase in adult incidents, which is unrelated to the youth incident issue, and the adult incident is a byproduct of the Schwaben shelter, and we're not criticizing the Schwaben shelter. It's something that's crucial, and I'm very happy that it's there. But sometimes we have to recognize that certain actions have reactions, and where we can, we need to assist, especially when we're talking about vulnerable youth in our community. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, yes. At the last meeting, when that delegation came forward, I committed to Regional Council to personally connect with the Executive Director of One Roof, and also to have staff do the same, to have a conversation to understand what those critical incidences were. At that time, I was unaware of both the nature of those incidents and the volume. So I have personally reached out to the Executive Director to begin that conversation, and staff have also done that. And I'm told that there's a meeting set up for next week with the Executive Director of One Roof to look at the safety issues. And then, yes, I will happily come back when we have some more information about how that is. And so, yeah, that's where we're at with that one.
Thank you for that update.
Councillor Leggett's, Councillor McCabe, and then we'll come back to Councillor Leggett. And again, reminder, it's 4:42, so we've got one more presentation still on tap that we'll try to get through here before close. So, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Chair Harris. And I guess through to Commissioner Sweeney, just listening to the conversation here and understanding how challenging and ongoing this and ever evolving this situation is, and kind of picking up on Councillor Erb's statement about pushing string up a hill. I guess where my head is at is, and I don't know if this is answerable right now, but like we're doing the best we can in small incremental bits, and I'm certainly not discounting anything that staff doing because it is quite remarkable. But still, with we're doing sort of small bits as we get money. And I'm wondering if there's, we have this unusual period of time right now where there's, some of the development community because of various reasons, has slowed down some of their activity. And have we looked at the potential of using existing regional land or possibly land? Not the city of Waterloo, I don't think has any remaining public land, but public land that's owned by municipalities that we could look at building something that's not just 100 or 50 or 200, but something that's like a mix of attainable housing as well as affordable and supportive housing that's on quite a big scale. Like, I'm talking 1,500, 2,000 units, like really builds almost a small community.
Through you, Chair. So my answer to that, Councillor McCabe, goes back to my earlier comment when I started my presentation about one of the themes of the work for this year is about taking the time and the space and the resources to develop a plan to end chronic homelessness. So we're going to implement the interim housing solution, or most of it, or a degree of it. We're bringing additional spaces online to the system, and particularly, as everybody knows, a program offering ideally targeted at those who, for a whole bunch of reasons that are individual as each person, who choose not to access the traditional shelter system. So that is that stabilization piece. And in addition to working with and in the community to develop an ending chronic homelessness plan, which we've said all along must be an all of government, all of community response. And there are many examples around the world of how municipalities and communities have gone about this, looking laterally across existing assets, existing buildings, existing pieces of parcels of land, and pulling that all together. Part of the interim housing solution that we, just to go back, that was in the report at the last committee meeting, involved an expression of interest to the community when we were looking for potential sites for the hybrid shelter. But we also did expressions of interest for existing assets to the private sector to say, if you have a building, if you have a piece of land, particularly around the notion of supportive housing. So we're still going through that process. So while we don't maybe have exactly that concept that you've floated out, in a plan somewhere, I would hope, it's certainly our intent, is to work with community agencies, centering the voice of those with lived experience, to say, how are we actually going to get to a place where chronic homelessness does not exist in this community, and it's not going to just happen overnight, and it's going to take innovative cross-sectoral conversations to do that, and it's going to require support from area municipalities. Private sector is going to have to play a role. The charitable sector is likely going to have to play a role, and I think that's the opportunity for 2023 is to provide some of the staff the space and time to do that work. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, it's as I said, I don't have a fully itemized plan or anything like that. It just, as I said earlier, it just, strikes me that at a time when some of the development community is not as busy as they traditionally are, and if there's a possibility of some public land that takes some of that cost, like that we have, and I know there's a cost associated with that, but that would be a part, like I think we're the only ones who have a piece of land likely big enough to do something at the scale that is required to actually make a huge dent into this problem.
I guess what I'll say is, and through my office, with my colleagues around the table and throughout regional staff, we have a number of conversations ongoing at any given time with members of the development community, with the private sector, with area municipalities. There's no shortage of stone turning that's happening right now. And what I think is going to be really important is to put all of that into a plan that we can bring back to council and a plan that is developed in and with community to get us to a place and have the resources to put in the interim solutions, which is what we're doing to get us there.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to that.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the city of Cambridge had offered up 2 of our city-owned land locations for housing for this type of situation. And the region had put those ones forward on their list, but it wasn't accepted by, I forget who it was that was supposed to be the naysayer. But those pieces of property still exist. But further to Councillor McCabe's comments, those pieces of land would not have provided a substantive amount of housing. So we need to maybe be looking at something similar to what happens when cities go out and purchase land that they do industrial subdivisions on, where it's offered up for industry to buy a certain number of acreage lots for that. And builders do that currently. They buy lots within a big subdivision and build houses on those for the private sector, but they're owned by a big developer to begin with. I can think of quite a few that do that. But one word of caution here, the longer we delay, the less opportunity we are going to have to be able to build anything in our region with the provincial government's edict on the population that is needed for our region. We are already going, and I spoke to Premier Ford about this just last month, we are already under the gun for having builders, contractors, subtrades to be able to produce enough in the time frame that they have asked us to construct homes under for all of the immigrants coming in. So if we already have immigrants coming in and we already have people who don't have housing, whether it's supportive or low income, whatever, we just don't have enough people out there, laborers, contractors, subtrades, in order to do that, let alone what we're talking about speeding up for it. So the longer we delay in speeding up the construction of these buildings, no matter whether they're apartment buildings for low income or whether they're individual supportive houses, we're going to be under the gun because we will not have the people who are going to build it, and it's going to be an astronomical cost. So I'm listening to everybody else around the table on talking about roads versus houses, and I agree 100%. The longer we sit on this, we're just, that dream starts to dwindle of what we are going to be capable of.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor James.
Yes, I'm speaking to housing now. Thank you, Chair Harris.
Yep.
I'm going to try and make sense of this. So I've been reading the asset management plan. I'm very conscious about the impacts on the taxpayers and the amount. So I'm looking at the asset management plan, says, you know, most of our assets are in good conditions, with 90% of the region's assets in fair or better condition or a state of good repair. And then I think about all of what those assets are, and I'm focused on things like housing, which we need to repair. Is there any way within within looking at the amount of money that needs to be spent on repair, that there's opportunities to offset some of the costs and push some of what we are projected for roads that are generally in good condition off? Because I'm really conscious of the amount of money that's going to be put on the taxpayers. And, you know, even with some of the previous unspent approvals for things within transportations like roads that are now compounded onto the 2023 budget, is it use it or lose it? And is this an opportunity for us to potentially put some of that money into our housing in the situation we have here? I don't know, question for finance, transportation, Mr. Sweeney, but I'm just kind of trying to connect the dots here with this. Thank you.
I think Mr. Craig's got an answer coming up here.
Through you, Chair. So I think that's something that staff can take back and consider as we think about the material to bring forward as part of the capital program review in a couple of weeks. I think one of the obvious challenges I think how to best describe this is from an asset renewal perspective. There is prioritization and a prioritization exercise that we go through to determine the relative priority of various projects. And, not surprisingly, the assets that are most at risk and have the greatest of potential impact of being at risk are the ones that we put into the early years of the capital program. And so I think there are some inherent challenges of moving out some of those extremely high-risk investments in existing assets that need to be made. That being said, council having a good comprehensive overview of all of the projects that are contemplated in the capital program, or at least all the significant projects, I think is appropriate. The other possible complication are that there are different sources of funding for different projects. Some have a development charge component, some don't, some funded by user rates, some funded by property taxes. So it's not always a one-for-one offset. Or put another way, it may have different impacts depending on the sources of funding for an individual project. So I think we understand the point and what you're trying to get at, and we can take that away and give that some thought in terms of bringing some material back.
Thank you. And Councillor Craig, I'll have you introduce our next speaker.
Thank you for the promotion.
Sorry. I got Councillor Craig on this side and Mr. Dyer on this side. So sorry, Mr. Dyer. We prefer to keep him right where he is.
So our final item today, which I think we can get through, fairly quickly, is just a quick overview of the proposed investments, both historically and coming up with respect to paramedic services. We have, I think, on the line Kevin Patendra, Deputy Chief within Paramedic Services, who's going to speak to this slide. My colleague Cheryl will speak to the next two, and then I have one or two concluding slides, and then we're done.
Good afternoon. Paramedic Services Master Plan provides a roadmap of paramedic resources required to serve a growing and aging community. The updated 2019 Master Plan contemplates the additions of paramedics, vehicles, support staff, and paramedic stations over a time frame. Despite Master Plan investments in recent years, the service has been experiencing increasing call volume and high unsustainable unit utilization rates as our community is one of the fastest growing in Canada. As a result, more resources in line with the shift to the high growth scenario in our master plan were added in 2022 following budget approval, as well as approved in principle for 2023. I just want to comment on the chart or the table below that for 2019 to 2021, we were on the low growth scenario. And as stated, we moved to the high growth or shifted to the high growth scenario for 2022 and with approval for 2023 as well from council. Over to Cheryl.
Thank you, Kevin. And similar to the previous deep dives that we've done, we also have a waterfall graph to describe the preliminary 2023 paramedic services operating budget. Just a reminder that paramedic services is generally funded 50% with the province. So, and as Craig mentioned earlier in the conversation about the tax stabilization reserve, the provincial funding doesn't kick in until the second year of operation. So we use the tax stabilization reserve to bridge that 1 year of operation until we see the provincial funding for it. Excuse me. In terms of the graph, it's a very similar format as what we've seen in other service areas. We've highlighted the service enhancements that are included in the 2023 budget, which total $4.5 million. So that's the That's accounting for some of the in-year ads that were added during 2022 after the budget approval, plus any approved in principle ads that were contemplated for 2023. Offsetting that is that bridge financing for TSR funding. Because some of the enhancements did come into play in 2022, we are anticipating some provincial funding in 23 for the 22 portion. So it's not quite 50% of the 4.5 million. There's some increases related to staffing costs and fuel. Again, on the fuel piece, we are offsetting a bit of the cost escalation with some TSR impacts to bring the overall budgeted net cost down a little bit in paramedic services. There's some other cost increases, mostly supplies and facility, like ambulance station operating costs fall into that other category of $1.3 million. And then we have some modest increases in capital funding, putting money away for vehicle replacements, as well as some debt servicing costs for station construction, about $200,000. And then we have the increases associated with our cost increases, generally speaking, within paramedic services. So we're hoping that cost increases will attract another $1.8 million in subsidy. All told, the net increase, property tax increase for paramedic services is about $4.3 million. Next slide, please. And finally, looking at the paramedic services 10-year capital program, the chart on the left describes the expenditures, which are around $91 million, mostly related to, about 50% of it is about related to vehicle replacements and renewal, but the other 50% is related to expansion in the form of vehicles and stations. Notably, due to some of the legislated limitations with respect to the development charge calculation for paramedic services, those are based on historical service levels. So generally speaking, growth won't pay for growth when it comes to paramedic services and paramedic service expansions. So whereas, we're looking at $40 million in expansion costs in the 10-year capital program, we're only seeing about $7 million in development charge collections being applied to those expenditures. The balance of the costs are funded just from the property tax, either in the form of reserve or when we don't have quite enough in the reserve based on the capital expenditure profile, we need to issue some debt. So there's about $27 million in property tax debt contemplated for paramedic services in the 10-year capital program. And with that, and I have one more slide related to fuel. Thank you, Chris. Similar to the transit, this slide's a little bit busy. Maybe if we bring it back, we'll try to do some animations, but similar story here. The budget for 2022 is the green line. The estimated cost for 2023 is that orange line, which is actually, in the case of unleaded, is a little bit above our average 2022 price, which was the red line. So, but I will say that, our net cost in the budget, net of tax stabilization reserve offset, the purple line, is below the average annual price. So to the extent that fuel prices exceed what we think they'll be with that purple line, we will use tax stabilization reserve funding to close the gap in 23. And I believe that is the last slide on paramedic services.
Yeah, any questions on this report? Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Deutschman, Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I was wondering two things. First, how is hiring going for paramedics with respect to the plan currently?
Through the chair, hiring is proceeding. At one point, we were only doing one hiring per year. We've now moved to 2 hirings. And we're staffing those vehicles, those enhancements for those new hires through that process.
So we're not having any problems finding people then to fill positions, paramedics. Is it paramedics that we're talking about? Just so I'm clear, I may not be using the right terminology.
Yes, no, yeah, you're correct. Through the chair, correct. Paramedics. What I can say is that the number of resumes and applicants that we used to have gone down, but we've been really, because of our second hire, we've been able to minimize the gap in not having enough staff. We're actually getting the appropriate staff that we require.
Okay, so no concerns about the additional staff we've projected into the future that we want to hire?
At this time, yes.
Okay. And the other thing, offloads is the big issue, right? I mean, is there anything we can do as a region on that issue through the budget process or what have you, or we're just dependent solely on the province trying to do something on the hospitals to improve that situation?
Through the chair, we are working with our system partners, the hospitals, to alleviate offload delays. It is more of a healthcare problem, and it's not even just a hospital problem; it's a whole entire healthcare problem. Right. We continue to work with hospitals. We're looking at alternate models of care that the Ministry of Health has implemented over the last couple of years, where we don't necessarily have to transport patients hospital. We can go to alternate destinations. There's also treat and refer, as well as treat and release our patients, so that we're not having to go to the hospital. So those are some of the things that Paramedic Services is working on.
So is that just starting, and that's something we'll get more information about to see how that's improving those delays then?
Yes. We're just in the initial stage through the chair. It's just initial stages at this point in time. We kind of went through something called COVID. It's really kind of put everything behind on us. And so Amen. We're just slowly getting slowly getting ourselves out of that.
Right.
And so we are moving forward with those, yes.
Okay, thanks for the answers.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Just a quick question for Cheryl. Have those costs been covered by DCs in the past?
Through you, Chair. Yes, it has. But they've always had a service level, historical service level standard. So they've never, sorry, if your question was, were they higher in the past?
I think you said that we can't claim them, excuse my voice, we can't claim them as DC charges for the cost. Have we been able to?
In paramedic or in housing?
Paramedic.
In paramedic, we are able to claim some DC, like some of the costs are eligible for DC funding, but the level of funding that's allowed is based on historical service level. So it's not going to fully pay for growth. So maybe I'm looking at my colleague Craig to try to take a stab at a better explanation.
I misunderstood that part of the presentation. Sorry.
No, I can add a little bit through the chair. So there has always been a historical service level standard for paramedics, which has prevented municipalities from funding all of the growth-related costs from development charges. Bill 23 will make this worse because Bill 23 extends the historic service standard from 10 years to 15 years. So that will give us a lower amount of money that we can collect for our future expansion work. And as our expansions have been increasing, we have more capital costs, but essentially we're at a point where virtually all of our capital costs are now funded by the taxpayer because we've hit that service level standard.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. The offload delays, I mean, this has been going on for 7, 8 years. We've heard this over and over and over again. Through you, Mr. Chair, what is the answer, in your opinion, sir, with regards to offload delays and how to solve them?
Through the chair, if I had that answer, I probably wouldn't be sitting in this chair right now. But,
okay. Well, I'm sitting in the chair.
I think it's a multi-pronged approach, to be honest with you, and I'll go back to the fact that it's a healthcare problem, and I understand, people getting tired or council getting tired of hearing that, but that's really the process. But that's really the problem. It's a healthcare problem. As I stated earlier, with some of these alternate destinations that we're looking at for mental health and addiction and for palliative care, that's really our avenue at this point in time to kind of remove ourselves from having to go to the hospital and expediting our ambulances to get back onto doing calls as compared to being basically stuck in the hospital while we're doing stretcher care for our patients.
Okay.
And if I could just briefly add, just want to reiterate what Deputy Patendra said about the bulk of the issue is really a hospital and health system flow issue. So there are things that paramedic services are going to work on to try to reduce where possible some patients having to be transported to emergency department, which is currently required by legislation. But those changes, while they will help, they cannot solve the bulk of the issue, which remains a hospital flow issue. So we have to continue to advocate to the province to continue to work with associations like the Ontario Chiefs of Paramedic Services, who have been advocating some solutions to them to try to reduce or mitigate some of the flow pressures at the hospitals to help relieve the paramedic crews earlier. And this is something that the chiefs across Ontario are united on and have been working with the province on. And we'll continue to support that locally here. Just wanted to add that to what Deputy Patendra said. Thanks.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. 8 years ago, I suggested that we hire EMS staff to sit in the hospitals and actually have the patients offloaded to them so we can get the ambulances brought on the road. The saying goes the thing of futility is when you keep doing the same thing and expect different results. And we can't keep hiring more staff and more ambulances if we have them tied up sitting in a hospital bay all the time. So the one reason I got responded from just this year from an EMS was when I suggested this again, and they said, well, we don't have the gurneys and everything to leave them in the hospitals. Well, then let's, as a region, purchase some gurneys in the hospitals and let them offload to a staff member that we hire. And am I being too simplistic? Probably. But we got to get the ambulances on the road. How many code reds have we had in this last year?
Thank you, Councillor Foxton. I'm going to move over to Councillor James and then to Councillor Williams as a follow-up on their questions that they missed earlier to perhaps transportation. Then we'll hear from Craig and we'll head to close. So, Councillor James.
I can't remember it anymore. It's been so long ago. I can't remember it at all.
Perhaps. Sorry.
Let me just. Okay, so I think it was.
Not flying a plane.
It was. I know. It was regards to some of the projects or a specific project that's planned for 2025, Victoria Street in Westmount. So Westmount Victoria to Lawrence, Mathieu. I think this is for you. I've had quite a few residents reach out about the need for a pedestrian access point because the travel between for GRT, there's a lot of young families that are crossing the street. There's been some major accidents there. Just wondering what the potential budget impact would be to speed that up. I think it's planned for 2025 to do some work there in specifically that area because there has been some incidences and accidents there, and there's a need with more pedestrians just crossing, and it's such a long stretch between the stoplights. Thank you.
Through the chair, let me take this one back. Right now, off the top of my head, but we'll also bring in the February sessions. We'll also bring a more detailed approach to roads, sidewalks, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll take note of that, and we can look at that more specifically.
Councillor Williams.
Oh, it's okay. I sent an email to Mr. Dyer.
Okay, great. I'll conclude by passing it over to Mr. Dyer.
Thank you to the chair, and thanks to Budget Committee for your questions and for the conversation today. Just in terms of next steps, of course, we have the first public input meeting, which will happen later on this evening. We'll be back together on February 1st for the police services budget presentation and a look at the region's capital program. And then meetings following up on February 8th, which I believe in the morning is library budget approval day. We'll be back for a detailed review on a number of other areas of the region's budget, and a second public input meeting on the 28th, and budget approval is planned for February 22nd. And I think that's the last slide. Maybe there's one more. Just have to remember here. Oh, right, and this I think I've already covered. Preview of what's going to happen on the 1st and on the 8th. So thank you for your attention today, and I'll turn it back to the chair.
All right. Obviously, 6.1, the communication item was received for information. Item 7, councillor proposals. Those proposals are obviously here for information. We know that staff will be reporting back at a later date. I would like to now entertain a motion to go into closed. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Please use your buttons to vote. All in favor? All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
On the next page.